our allies abroad, and the globe. And I want to start this hearing with a proposition. I think we should underpin our discussion today. Access to affordable energy is access to freedom, both political and economic. One need look no further than the nations of Europe who are shackled to Russian energy and Putin's pipelines. Without sufficient energy resources of their own, they have lost the freedom to dictate their own foreign policy. Despite our common democratic values, they are forced to pour money into Russia to protect their citizens from the devastating costs of losing access to affordable, reliable energy. This is what an all-the-above energy plan is about. It's about making sure everyone in America who needs energy has access to reliable energy when they need it. Rural communities are no different. Rural electrification in the 1930s, 1940s brought new jobs, new technology, and new opportunities to millions of people. And today, as we continue to build and improve our nation's electric grid, expand access to energy, and deploy smart, renewable resources on farms and in communities, the USDA energy programs continue to bring new opportunities and economic growth to rural America. But the expansion of new sources of renewable energy, ethanol, solar, wind, biogas, and more, cannot be done at the cost of every traditional source of power. We simply do not have the capacity to replace the energy from fossil fuels overnight. When expanding our production of renewable energy, we must ensure sufficient energy resources exist and remain to power the baseload needs of our nation and our economy. But we don't need to look to Europe to see the damage insufficient energy resources can do. We've seen it firsthand right here in our own country. At best, limited access to energy resources means increased energy prices, increased prices force those with too little to sacrifice their other needs so they can devote an ever larger share of their income to procuring the electricity and the fuel that powers modern life. At worst, limited access to energy resources means arbitrary and indiscriminate energy rationing like the gas lines of the 1970s or the rolling blackouts of a California summer. These are arbitrary, man-made crises and the predictable outcome of policies grounded in wishful thinking and naivety. These are experiences we should carefully consider before we commit the United States to a policy of slow energy asphyxiation. You know, our farmers need access to diesel fuel, propane, fertilizer. These are all products of American-produced energy. Failure to provide sufficient, accessible, affordable, and reliable energy for the needs of our citizens will rob them of opportunities and options and the freedom to choose among them. Fortunately, that doesn't need to be our fate. We can promote renewable energy in smart and sensible ways so economic growth and emission reductions complement one another. In particular, many of the projects funded through USDA's energy programs, including the Electric Loan Program, REAP, RESP, are all tools to help communities and businesses diversify and expand their energy options, promote energy efficiency, and strengthen their energy resiliency. Now, I look forward to learning about the growing opportunities for renewable energy in rural America and how expanding our nation's energy portfolio can bring dividends to us all. And with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. The Chair will request that other members submit their opening statements for the record so witnesses may begin their testimony and to ensure that we have enough time for all of our questions. Our first witness is our former colleague here in Congress and our former member of our committee who made such great contributions in her service on the Agriculture Committee, Ms. Xochitl Torres Small, the Undersecretary for Rural Development at the United States Department of Agriculture. Undersecretary Torres Small, we're so happy to see you. And as I said at the outset, your service on the committee was just tremendous. And as I also said to you, I'm hopeful that perhaps one day you might decide to come back and join us again. Really appreciate you. She is accompanied today by the administrator of USDA's Rural Business Cooperative Service, Dr. Karama Neal, and the acting administrator of the USDA's Rural Utility Service, Mr. Chris McLean. Welcome to the both of you as well. So now, Undersecretary Torres Small, we want you to begin when you are ready.
Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the state of energy and the bioeconomy in rural America and the United States Department of Agriculture Rural Development's role in supporting both. As we discuss this topic, it's essential to recognize that we're talking about people and communities in transition. It's not lost on me that I'm speaking to you today as a New Mexican whose public education was funded by the energy production that continues to fuel our state. I'm honored to know parents who put their kids through college from the money they earned working in the Permian Basin, and continue to be inspired by the hard work and innovation that occurs across New Mexico's energy sector. In this room today, we can talk about transition, but across rural America, people are living it. And in many places, they're driving it. A young person working in energy today could be working in solar or wind, while their grandparents were experts in fossil fuels. Because this transition has been happening for at least a decade. Like all transitions, this one has bumps. There's disagreement and there's pain. There's also consensus and innovation and increased efficiency and job creation. And I want to talk about all of these things. In particular, I hope to highlight what rural co-ops are doing in this space. But before we dive into that, I hope we can begin with an agreement that the hard work and ingenuity that came out of rural America before renewables should be honored and valued. It powered this country for over a century, contributed significantly to American prosperity as a whole, and continues to be an important part of America's energy portfolio today. I'm grateful for that contribution, and I know all of you are as well. At Rural Development, our goals for energy are straightforward: reliable, affordable, and clean. When communities lean into clean energy, as so many are already doing and have been doing for years, the resulting economic prosperity is clear. It's powerful. Jobs are created, consumers save on their energy bills, and new markets are formed. I'm emphasizing rural electric co-ops today not only because they're a great partner, but because I think they're ahead of most of us in the way they think about clean energy. For example, we recently awarded a $6 million loan to Roanoke Electric Cooperative in North Carolina. Roanoke is going to use this loan to help their members pay for energy efficiency improvements, from insulation to electric water heaters, as well as electric charging systems. This builds on the work of a program that the co-op started as a pilot in 2015. So far, about 650 co-op members have received retrofits and are enjoying an annual savings of $600 per year. In other words, co-ops got this energy efficiency ball rolling 7 years ago, and now USDA is helping to keep it moving and helping these co-op members to continue and increase their savings. We're also hoping to help pass these lessons on to other communities. Now, that example was in the millions of dollars, but innovation in energy use is often best showcased by its smallest projects. I'm thinking of Three Porch Farm in Comer, Georgia, a sustainably grown flower and fruit farm owned by Steve and Mandy O'Shea. Steve and Mandy's business is known for its presence at farmers markets in Atlanta, Marietta, and Athens. They're also known for their flower arrangements in weddings and other events. They keep their flower arrangements cool in a solar-powered design studio, and the farm runs its vehicles on recycled vegetable oil. These energy choices are a key part of Steve and Mandy's vision and philosophy for their business. When I think about Steve and Mandy, I'm again grateful for the innovation, hard work, and leadership of the people in rural communities when it comes to energy. I look forward to working with all of you to incentivize more innovation and support the rural people who power our country, who create good jobs in their communities, and who increase the security and resiliency of our energy economy. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Undersecretary Tori Small, for your very, very nice testimony. At this time, members will be recognized for questions in order of seniority, alternating between majority and minority members. Each of you will be recognized for 5 minutes each in order to allow us to get to all the questions, as many as possible. And again, please keep your microphones muted until you are recognized in order to maximize or minimize background noise. And I want to start off by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Undersecretary Tori Small, in the submitted testimony of Mr. Scherer, who we will also hear from in the next panel, recent backlogs in the RUS loan approval process were noted due to declines in staffing at RUS and effects of the COVID-19 pandemic that led to a drop-off in volume of projects needing loan approval review. Can you discuss the status of those backlogs and any progress that has been made, and how has this backlog affected electric cooperatives' abilities to secure financing necessary for these local rural projects?
Thank you, Chairman, for that question. And it's crucial that we identify really what our greatest resource at rural development is, and that's its people. And I've been working hard to make sure that they have the support that they need to get the job done. And in the midst of COVID-19, there were a lot of challenges to make that happen, whether it was the coordination that has to happen during environmental reviews and reaching out to other areas during that time, and other agencies, and as well as Native American sovereign governments. Also, as we do some of the additional work when it comes to responding quickly to energy needs. To speak more about some of the work that's been done internally to make sure that we're targeting our staffing resources more specifically, I'll defer to Administrator McLean.
Well, thank you very much. At the Rural Utility Service, during the COVID period, there were delays in part due to emergency procedures adopted in the environmental review process. But in June of last year, I repealed those emergency procedures. We have also been dealing with a rebuilding of our staff. Amidst the pandemic and immediately before, we had a number of senior employees retire and other employees take other jobs. And the budgetary constrictions limited our hiring ability during that time. But we are in a very strong rebuilding mode right now in terms of rebuilding our staff. We're hiring some excellent talent, particularly in the environmental review area, hiring new archaeologists to be able to fill in, and lining up some surge capacity with contract support. All of that being said, we also redeployed our staff in manners to be able to deal with projects that we had in the pipeline. And I'm very pleased to report that despite the challenges we faced over the last fiscal year with capacity constraints of staffing, the electric program turned in its third consecutive year of investments exceeding $5 billion. So it was a very, very strong year for the electric program. And as we move forward, as times return to a more normal operations, hopefully with the pandemic in the rearview mirror, we look forward to being able to find further areas of streamlining and continuous process improvement to make the customer experience that much better.
And now tell me about your ability to secure the necessary financial help that you need, and also how we here in Congress can be helpful to you in securing this financial help.
Chairman Scott, thank you so much for that question. And as you know, the President's budget was recently released where they identified opportunities for increased staffing investments. We certainly know that resources are limited, but are grateful for your support for rural development and are eager to continue that dialogue.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will now yield to you, Ranking Member, for your question.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Madam Undersecretary, thanks again for you and your team being here. Much appreciated. Always good to see you. And first of all, I just want to say I appreciate your your opening comments. Reflecting on growing up in New Mexico, another great energy producing state, and the impact that had on helping to fund public education and just raise the economy for folks. I wholeheartedly agree with your testimony, your written testimony that quote you, Putin's war in Ukraine is removing millions of barrels of oil from the global supply, which is impacting the prices that consumers are paying at the pump and driving up inflation. That's just impacting all parts of every community and every family. Unfortunately, there's little we can do about Putin's reckless criminal adventurism, his genocide that he's conducting on a peaceful country. But when it comes to energy prices, which impacts agriculture and all communities, obviously urban, suburban, and rural, the Biden administration has willfully chosen to take millions of barrels of oil from the global supply. And this administration has blocked key pipelines, withdrawn land from production in Alaska, in your home state of New Mexico, basically on federal lands, federal waters, and imposed costly new rules and regulations to hamstring domestic energy production. And if the loss of millions of barrels of oil from the global oil supply from Putin's war, which I think we all agree is wrong and driving up prices for consumers, then the question I have to ask is, why is the loss of millions of barrels of oil from global oil supply by President Biden's reckless policy not also driving up costs for consumers? And how can it be that supply constraints caused by Putin are bad, but the supply constraints caused by President Biden and Vice President Harris administration are harmless? I don't know if you want to respond to that or not. I'll give you the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ranking Member Thompson, and I deeply appreciate you bringing up the Putin's war against Ukraine. I know that all of us are inspired by the bravery of Ukrainians, and I certainly keep them in my prayers. It also has informed our both immediate challenges and our long-term challenges when it comes to the need for energy independence. Recently, I was in Alaska and I saw what energy dependence can look like. In some of the islands off the shore in Alaska, 100% of their energy production comes from diesel. And they are looking at potential quadrupling of their energy bills or kilowatt hour expense because of their reliance on diesel. So as rural development, our key opportunity here is to invest in some of the solutions that local communities are looking at to build that energy resiliency, both in terms of a local supply in the short term and in terms of a more resilient, cleaner supply in the future.
Right, and you know what, and I appreciate that long term. We always should be looking over the horizon of what's next. But we have a crisis right now, and it's a crisis that's driving up food prices to the point where we're going to be faced with increased, certainly around the world, hopefully not in our country, but we will have inflation here that's going to make it difficult for people to get access to the food that they need. But around the world, we're going to have, by this fall, increased hunger, starvation, and death through famine. And so one of the things, so there is an immediate need here, and I would hope, in terms of your role with rural economic development and looking at that big picture, and quite frankly, I'm really proud of our U.S. and what we have for USDA in the energy space, that we could be a voice with the rest of this administration. It is time to open up American resources. That's a solution for the fertilizer issue with natural gas development. And so that's something that can be done with the stroke of a pen. That doesn't take anything more than a second for the president to be able to do. Madam Secretary, I appreciate your focus on the importance of ethanol to the rural community as well, but I am troubled by the administration's insistence on massive subsidies to spur the adoption of electric vehicles. That's a whole additional issue I'm not going to have a lot of time, any time to get into. We need to look at the total footprint of these electric vehicles, and are they really a solution for climate? So, but once again, thank you for your leadership, and I hope you will use your influence to communicate. We have an immediate crisis here, and our farmers and American families could benefit from reversing some really detrimental policies that have helped to escalate these fuel prices. So thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, and thank you, Ranking Member. Your points are right on target. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, who is also the Vice Chair of the Committee on Agriculture, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for hosting today's hearing. And to our witnesses, thank you very much for being here, Mr. Ranking Member Thompson. Thank you as well. You all bring a wealth of knowledge to an issue critical to curbing climate change and maintaining our energy independence. The pandemic has shown us that our rural communities desperately need investments in broadband infrastructure and small utility authorities. The Farm Bill has much to offer rural America. Although I represent an overwhelmingly urban and suburban district, I acknowledge the essential role the members of this committee must play. As the chair of the bipartisan HBCU caucus last week, we celebrated the conclusion of a 5th successful HBCU STEAM Days of Action, where over the course of 5 days, hundreds of private sectors, nonprofit, and university participants engaged with a bipartisan, bicameral group of legislators who advocate for HBCUs. And as you may know, all of our 1890s land grant institutions are based in rural America, priming these HBCUs as the best potential partners for the department. So can you discuss the department's plans for 1890 institutions on climate resiliency and climate smart initiatives?
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Adams. It is wonderful to get to see you, and I deeply appreciate your comments about how we both share roles in this challenge and recognizing the rural and urban connection that's crucial to addressing some of these challenges. When it comes to 1980s institutions, one of my immediate thoughts is the conversation we were just having about staffing and the future of the rural development workforce. I think the increased partnerships we can have with these institutions, the more we can diversify our staff and invest in the next generation. And I certainly see as we continue to expand our long-standing work in these institutions, it also provides an opportunity for a future pipeline. To talk a little bit more about some of our work in these institutions, I'll defer to my colleague, Administrator Neal.
Thank you so much for that question and for your interest in the 1890s institutions. I think there's 2 things I think we can highlight here. One, we heard Undersecretary Torres Small talk about staffing. We've been pleased to host 1890s fellows within our ranks and to make sure that they get the training and that they can contribute to the work that we're doing throughout rural America and through RBCS and rural development more broadly. So we've been excited about that and look forward to opportunities to extend that, our engagement in the 1890s Fellows programs. In addition, we work throughout the department to look for opportunities for cooperative agreements. We've seen that particularly in the food sector and some of the work we've done there with some of our colleagues across the department. And we look for additional opportunities to partner with HBCUs because of the talent and the opportunities that they can provide in the work that we're doing. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. So, Madam Undersecretary, what can the agency do to leverage dollars available in the JA for rural America to ensure that 1890s can play a role in the sector? Because, you know, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act allocated close to $2 billion for schools and institutions in rural areas.
Thank you so much.
Go right ahead.
Thank you for that question, and I'm excited to follow up with your team as well to make sure that the specifics of some of the work that can be done with HBCUs, we can follow up, because so often it's about looking at specific HBCUs and where their strengths are and how we can best align those efforts. I see HBCUs as a clear opportunity for capacity in rural communities, so making sure that there's an institution that's focused on the work that's happening in their area and how we can better connect them. So I think there's a great potential when we look at the bipartisan infrastructure law to continue to invest in those partnerships.
Okay, well, great, and thank you so much for that. I've got just a few seconds. So any options for small and medium-sized farmers to help produce renewable energy in their operations?
Oh, that's such an exciting question, and I think it's a crucial part of how rural development shows up in this space. Having those relationships with rural communities to invest in rural Energy for America program investments, for example, is a key place where we can support rural producers and their work to make their operations more energy efficient.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to yield back.
Thank you. And now the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Austin Scott, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Undersecretary. I appreciate your time. Sorry I'm not there in person. Like many, I'm juggling multiple hearings this morning. I want to go back to what the ranking member said about part of your testimony in blaming the increases in prices in the U.S. on Putin's war in the Ukraine. And I want to make this clear. The price of Biden-Harris administration to continue to use the war in the Ukraine as an excuse for why the input costs are so high when he took more oil off of the markets with his policies than has come off because of the Russian sanctions. And so I want to just make that clear. I mean, the input cost for the farmer had gone up well in excess of 50% before Russia invaded the Ukraine, and that is because of the bad policies of the Biden-Harris administration. With that said, Madam Undersecretary, you mentioned that these new sources of energy are reliable, they're affordable, but the fact of the matter is, every morning in America, farmers wake up and they're going to fire up a couple of hundred horsepower, a diesel tractor in most cases, to farm. And I'm just extremely concerned about the increasing number of factors that are impeding the ability of our farmers, input costs especially, to produce the food and fiber that we all depend on. Now, knowing that the increased cost of fuel increases the cost of food, what is your agency doing to help reduce the cost of inputs in agriculture?
Thank you so much, Congressman, for your question and your recognition of the complexity of the impacts currently that folks are facing, both when it comes to at the supermarket or at the gas pump, the challenges that we face from COVID, from war, and other challenges that we face, especially relating to the supply chain. When we look at rural development, our opportunity really is to support farmers and rural communities who are grappling with these challenges, whether it's working to provide more offerings within a market, like expanding investments in the food supply chain, or whether it's working to also create more energy independence from a REAP side and more energy efficiency. To talk a little bit more about the work that we've been doing in the food supply chain, I'll defer to my colleague, Administrator Neal.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak about that. I think, one of the things that's really important is to recognize, we are, as the United States, are a net exporter of food, and so we're in a good position to feed ourselves. We recognize there have been price increases and there have been some challenges there. So we are supportive of and helping implement the administration's action plan around creating a fairer, more resilient, more competitive meat and poultry supply chain. We've seen that work both in terms of meat and poultry, but then also in terms of the broader food supply chain. Undersecretary Torres Small mentioned our food supply chain work. We have a food supply chain guaranteed loan program, which is already receiving applications to support activities throughout the middle of the food supply chain, so that folks have access to capital to build their businesses, to help in support the aggregation, the distribution, the wholesaling, the various kinds of activities that are important to get food and food products from the farm to the table. so that people can eat and have the food that they need at an affordable rate. And so those are just a couple of the kinds of things that are doing. There's a significant amount of work that's happening throughout the department. Rural Development, RBCS, has some of those activities, but not all of them, and we're excited to work in partnership with our colleagues throughout the department to make sure that those programs are effective, are doing the kinds of things that we want them to do, and making a difference both for the producers who are growing those foods, growing those food products, and also for the consumers who are all of us who need those food products.
Well, I think there's a very serious disconnect between what the Biden and Harris administration believes is good policy and what's happening at the grocery store. I don't see how anybody who shops for groceries could believe in any way, shape, form, or fashion that what Biden and Harris have done through their administration is helping the American consumer with regard to their grocery bill. So I look forward to the continued discussion, but I'm someone who's worn out with the Biden-Harris administration using the war in Ukraine as an excuse for inflation inside the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. And now the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Conservation and Forestry, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this important hearing on our energy title programs in the Farm Bill. And certainly it is unfortunate that the Secretary of Energy isn't here, because I'm sure she would have great responses and comments to make about the more than 9,000 oil leases that are currently out there that industry is choosing not to tap into for the prior gentleman's comment. And certainly we know that in the month since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, fertilizer prices are 40% higher than they were before the invasion, clearly making a strong and obvious connection when you have one of the largest producers of not only fertilizer, but necessary components of fertilizer engaging in an aggressive war against a neighbor. Certainly that's made major disruptions to the supply chains, not to mention truck driver shortages and other challenges. But what we are here today to talk about are not all of these other contributing issues. We are here to talk about the real importance of programs that allow us for security, affordability, and production of energy at home. Certainly in the context of global instability and supply chain bottlenecks, we can see that there are positive programs that can be so vital to rural America, to our farmers and producers. And that's why, while I have advocated for measures that provide immediate relief to the price at the pump, such as multiple releases of crude oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, these USDA programs that we're here to talk about are what can provide long-term solutions to increase energy independence, reduce pollution, and increase efficiency, all while saving money for our rural communities. So Secretary Torres Small, I would like to begin with you because in your testimony, you talked about the Rural Energy for America program, the REAP program. I have been a strong supporter of the REAP program, and I was very proud when provisions from my REAP Improvement Act were included in legislation that recently last year passed out of the House. But this bipartisan legislation would not only, the REAP Improvement Act, would not only dramatically increase annual funding for the program to $250 million, but also would take steps to improve accessibility for rural communities and create additional flexibility for applicants. For example, the bill would expand eligibility for farmer co-ops, reduce burdensome cost shares for farmers and agribusinesses, and create a fund for underutilized technologies, including biodigesters or biofuel-related infrastructure. So when we're talking about REAP, Undersecretary, it's consistently oversubscribed and underfunded, leading many producers and agribusinesses to be pretty frustrated with the backlogs in the program. This is despite an impressive record. In the last 6 years, REAP has leveraged more than $300 million in public investments to stimulate more than 10 times that amount in private investments, right? So 300 million public investment, 10 times that amount private investment, delivering more than $4 billion in energy efficiency and renewable energy projects for rural America. So I know I don't have to convince you of the value of this program, but I was hoping that you might be able to expand for the committee on how we might be able to improve this program in the 2023 Farm Bill. What sort of resources would be needed to meet the actual current demand for REAP assistance? And what would you have us know as we head towards the Farm Bill?
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Spanberger, for your investment in rural communities. You truly, with your focus on REAP, have the farmers back. And I'm grateful to continue this dialogue about how we can better support those farmers as they implement energy efficiency opportunities in the way rural folks know best, whether that's updating a grain dryer that hasn't been updated since the 1980s to make it more efficient, or whether that's investing in making biodiesel more energy efficient in their production. So there's great opportunities here, and I really appreciate your focus on ways to make it more accessible, streamlining the application process, for example, and ways to include other partners. You're absolutely right that it's oversubscribed. When we look at grants, it was about $40.5 million in grants that were allocated, and then another $30 million in the wings waiting to be funded, which we didn't have the money for. So to speak a little bit more about this program, I'll defer to Administrator Neal.
Yeah, I'm always happy to talk about our REAP program. And it provides both grants and guaranteed loans for a variety of purposes, for renewable energy systems, for energy efficiency projects, for just a variety of those kinds of things. And so, we look forward to sort of figuring out how to make this program more modernized as we think about our staffing, making sure that there is support for the kinds of environmental reviews and other kinds of support that are required for the effective administration of this program. And of course, as we heard, we had a record year. Not only are our grant funds expended, we also had a record year for our guaranteed loan programs previously. And so we know that there is significant interest in this program. We welcome your interest and continued support of the work.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And now
Mr.
the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to associate myself with the comments of Mr. Austin Scott and our ranking member as well, just to reiterate this problem with issues like fertilizer and so on. I was getting calls about this time last year. So this problem with inputs and supply chain issues didn't just materialize as a result of Vladimir Putin. But that said, Madam Secretary, I'm wondering if you can talk about what your plans are. I know that rural America can play a pretty important role in developing renewable energy, but I wonder if you can explain how rural Americans are supposed to deal with how they might power, for example, a 300 horsepower tractor in the production of food and fiber to feed and clothe our population, as well as being important in the global marketplace.
Thank you, Congressman Crawford, and I certainly recognize the importance that we have to work together on these challenges, knowing that there's no one simple silver bullet that fixes everything, but rather that we've got to invest in the places where we're seeing innovation happen on the local scale. And that's where rural development really shines. We're not in the regulation space, but we're in the investment space, in the incentivizing space. So when a farmer or a rural community has an idea about how to expand their energy independence, we're there to support, whether it's through the Rural Energy for America program or whether it's through investments when it comes to our utilities and utility scale investments. So there's a lot of work that has to be done in this space, and rural development is really pleased to be there to support the local vision for their community and how to best diversify the energy economy.
Well, I appreciate your comments, but you really didn't answer my question. I'm wondering, what does a farmer do today when we're seeing policy developed that is so focused on renewable energies? Are they to put solar panels on top of their 300 horsepower tractor, or how exactly does that work? Or are they going to use electric tractors that are powered by wind turbines? We have large scale ag operations across the country that, our people rely on for food and fiber. And I just don't think it's realistic to think that you're going to focus almost exclusively on renewables and at the same time expect farmers to be able to produce at the scale that we need them to with regard to how we actually produce our food and fiber. So let's try it again. What are your plans for our current farmers who produce on large scale operations to feed and clothe 350 million people in this country and overseas as well?
Congressman Crawford, I deeply appreciate your focus on farmers and how to best support them, and also recognize, I think it was Ranking Member Thompson who said, although we need to invest in renewable energy, that transition will not happen overnight. I, in my opening comments, talked about New Mexico and the recognizing the diverse energy industry that's there, and the work that happens right now when it comes to tractors or beyond that rely on a diversity of fuels. But as we look to the future, there's a key opportunity here to support biodiesel, to support opportunities to make that production or that use of energy more efficient. And that's the way rural development can help incentivize those investments and to make them accessible to people across rural America.
Thank you. Can you talk more about your grid security division? What outreach has been conducted with stakeholders, and also like to hear about the types of critical infrastructure security policies that you've developed?
Thank you, Congressman Crawford. I think this is another great place where we can work together. When I served in Congress, I was on the Homeland Security Committee and certainly recognized the importance of cybersecurity. We also recognize the need to invest in grid security across the board, whether it's extreme weather as well as other challenges to make sure that our energy is resilient. To speak a little bit more about the creation of the Grid Security Division, I'll defer to my colleague, Administrator McLean.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that question. The Rural Utility Service took to heart this committee's endorsement of the 2018 Farm Bill of the provisions that highlighted the importance of cybersecurity, in particular, and grid security. And you're correct, we did create a grid security division, and we have also just last week reminded our borrowers that the RUS is ready, willing, and able to be able to finance cybersecurity investments, grid security, physical security investments, as well as fire prevention investments, including emergency and response vehicles, security vehicles, drones, software, even though traditionally those types of investments would have been categorized as operational expenses rather than capital expenses. But we determined that it was critically important that finances be made available for those purposes. And we continued our long-standing process of having every borrower who comes to RUS for a new loan or an additional loan to be able to give us a risk assessment and emergency response plan. So we take cybersecurity very seriously. We're working closely with our colleagues in the Department of Energy and trying to make funds available to rural electric service providers to be able to strengthen and harden the grid.
Thank you. And now the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Nutrition, Oversight, and Department Operations, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Undersecretary Torres Small for being here today. Thrilled to have you back in the Congress. Last year, USDA announced that it would be investing $464 million into projects to build and improve renewable energy infrastructure and to help rural communities, agricultural producers, and businesses lower energy costs. $115,000 went to Connecticut through the Rural Energy for America program, including 4 projects in my district worth over $43,000. These funds were awarded for solar power installation and technology improvements that will result in every cost saving of over $15,000 each year. This program is critical to small farms and agricultural businesses in my district. Their profit margins are exceedingly tight and only getting tighter with inflation and input costs. While the producers and operators in my district are ahead of the curve in climate smart and energy smart policies, the REAP program helps them to get the funding they need to install energy efficient technology. While small and mid-sized farms in my district are doing much better on these energy smart practices, historically, mid-sized and small farmers are hesitant to undertake conservation practices because of the negative economic impact they can have on their operations. Can you tell us today, how is REAP able to deal with this? And is there a need to adjust Title II programs to allow smaller producers some upfront assistance on these types of projects?
Congresswoman Hayes, thank you so much for that question and for really looking out for farmers and their ability to both make investments in renewable energy work immediately for their bottom line and invest into the future. That's certainly our goal at rural development. And one of the keys to that is making sure that REAP is accessible, both in terms of the application process and trying to find ways to simplify that process, but also recognizing the large backlog of applications that are certainly out there. I think you're absolutely right that we can find ways to make the application process easier, and part of that is the technical assistance. Rural development is unique in a lot of ways, but one of it is its presence on the ground. We have 47 state offices, over 450 offices throughout the United States, and so being able to provide that technical assistance is one component of that. To speak more on this, I'll defer to Administrator Neal.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about this. I mean, one thing that's important is obviously with REAP, we have both guaranteed loans and small and grant programs as well. 2/3 of the grants are for less than $20,000. So that's really the bulk. So when we're thinking about small operators or small projects, at least, much of that need the program is more sensitive to that need, given that 2/3 of the grants are for those projects under $20,000. So that's something that we're thoughtful about. Of course, we recognize that there are certainly unfunded projects, applications that are submitted that might be high quality, but that are not able to be funded given the amount of funds that are available. So we look forward to additional support for that program so that that additional need can be met.
Thank you so much for that. I spend much of my time on this committee advocating for small and medium-sized farmers because those are the people in my district. And I want to make sure that the work that we are doing on this ag committee includes all farmers and the entire agricultural community. In my district, Yukon Extension does an amazing job to educate farmers on renewable energy options for their farms. What role can the extension services play in educating farmers on the benefits of energy efficiency options in their operations? And what are some of those options for small and medium-sized farmers?
Congresswoman Hayes, that's such a great question. One of my favorite visits so far was in Florida, where I got to meet with the Extension Service and talk about how our programs could support the people, the farmers that they were talking to every single day, making sure that we are working throughout USDA to be able to better assist and be there for farmers in the spaces they need most. We're certainly interested in continuing to work to get out information through Extension Services and also get feedback through Extension Services in order to find ways to make our programs more accessible.
Thank you, Undersecretary Torres Small. And I have to tell you, you have to get to Connecticut to visit our extension programs. They are it's amazing to see the investment that they have in young people and building up the next generation of our agricultural producers. Mr. Chair, that's all I have. I yield back.
Thank you. And now the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Undersecretary Torres Small, good to see you again. Thanks for being here. Of course, the topic of renewable energy in the ag sector is extremely important, and a lot of facets we need to continue to look at here. So I think I'd like to first lead off by when we leave out on the overall grid, the overall renewable portfolio, we have to recognize that hydroelectric power, like it's so abundant in many parts of our country, has to be recognized as truly renewable. And if it rains, it renews. And if we're looking for the concern being carbon dioxide, we also have to recall that nuclear power is a carbon-free source of generating electricity. So, but shifting gears here to a little more centric towards the Farm Bill and agriculture in general. As you know, my area, my district, and a lot of the western states have a massive amount of biomass available for forested areas as well as ag waste, from orchard prunings and other waste products that are a byproduct of agricultural operations. So putting biomass at the top of the heap here would be very important as a usage of producing electricity and other forms of power that can be, other forms of energy that can be derived from them as well. So looking at the landscape since the 2018 Farm Bill, where the extension was made on the Community Wood Energy and Wood Innovation Program, which provides financial assistance for the installation of wood energy systems. How are we doing as far as new facilities coming in place or being in plans that will be coming online soon as a result of this Farm Bill energy title back from 2018? Are we seeing much happening on that in order to use some of this wood product that, again, we're so overabundant in the western states in my district to put that waste product to work for us instead of being the next million-acre fire in our forests?
Congressman LaMalfa, it's always wonderful to see you, and I really appreciate your thoughtful question about the different types of renewable energy and how we can diversify that portfolio. When it comes to woody biomass, there is a program within the Forest Service, which isn't within rural development's direct purview, but we'll be happy to connect you on some of the opportunities there related to the Forest Service and their woody biomass program. In addition, the BNI Guaranteed Loan Program may be accessible in terms of a guaranteed loan for some of those investments, as well as REAP, if the program qualifies. To speak a little bit more about the way business and industry guaranteed loan program works, as well as REAP, I'll defer to my colleague, Administrator Neal.
Thank you. Really appreciate that question. I think one of the things that we do is try to look for the ways in which we can make the dollars go farther, and guaranteed loans are a way of doing that. And so the Business and Industry Guaranteed Loan Program provides up to 80% guarantees on loans of up to $25 million typically, and can be used for a variety of rural small business purposes, including things like what you may be suggesting there. In addition, the REAP program supports a variety of technologies. The solar work is predominant, but that does not mean these other projects are not competitive. They certainly are, and so we welcome those applications as well through both the REAP grant program and the REAP Guaranteed Loan Program. So I think there are a number of opportunities there to be thoughtful about this work, to help advance the kinds of technology there. The other piece I would mention too is what's typically often called the 9003 program, the Biorefinery, Renewable Chemical, and Bio-Based Product Marketing Assistance Program. That's my folks.
Let me reclaim my time. Please. I'm sorry, but it's the existence of the programs is positive, is good, but how will they be implemented into actually getting facilities built, or at least on the way of being built to utilize these materials and turn them into energy? How far are we doing? How are we doing since the 2018 Farm Bill has extended that initial program in other areas?
Thank you so much, Congressman LaMalfa. And I think that this is a good fit for the 9003 program in terms of the large-scale investments that may be necessary. So I'll defer to Dr. Neal on that.
Yeah, I would appreciate, we certainly would welcome the opportunity to share more and to research and get back to you about any particular projects that are specific in terms of woody biomass that have been used in the 9003. I don't have that data on me right now.
I guess my bottom line, when you get back to me, is what is actually being built, or what's far along in the planning stage that we can count on them coming online. That's what I'm looking at. So thank you. I'll yield back.
Thank you. And now the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Brown, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Thompson, for holding this hearing today. Undersecretary Torres Small, it is great to see you again so soon after your visit to Cleveland last month. And thank you to your colleagues, Dr. Neal and Mr. McLean, for being here as well. It is no longer a luxury to have access to fast and reliable broadband internet service. It is a necessity. From virtual classrooms to telehealth doctor visits, being able to utilize high-speed internet is needed by everyone, regardless of where they choose to live. In 2018, in the 2018 Farm Bill, there was a specific set aside in the Smart Utility Authority for construction of broadband infrastructure for underserved non-rural areas like much of Northeast Ohio. As we look to the next Farm Bill, how widespread has the Smart Utility Authority been utilized, and what changes might be needed going forward?
Congresswoman Brown, thank you so much for your focus on broadband, and certainly within the context of energy, there's a clear nexus there in terms of opportunities for utilities to utilize that broadband as well to make sure their energy is most efficiently used, as well as to provide it across the country through rural, for example, rural electric co-ops. To speak more specifically about the program, I'll defer to my colleague, Administrator McLean.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for that question about Smart Utility Authority. It is one of the great innovations of the 2018 Farm Bill, and I'm delighted to report that in the RUS Electric program, we have utilized that authority about 10 times since its creation to be able to devote up to 10% of a project cost for retail provision of broadband. And we're seeing electric service providers leveraging their smart grid investments and to use the Smart Utility Authority to kick it up a notch and increase that investment to be able to provide the retail provision of broadband. This is in addition to the wonderful support that Congress has given RUS in the Reconnect program and our broadband and telecommunications loan and grant programs. And we had just a tremendous response to our last funding round, which we're now evaluating. So we're grateful for Smart Utility Authority. It's been very useful, and we look forward to its further availability.
Thank you for that. One further question on this. How do you think the USDA Office of Rural Development can work with other agencies to bridge the urban-rural digital divide so that no one is left behind?
Congresswoman Brown, that's such an important question as we see the multiple ways that Congress has chosen to invest in closing the broadband gap. We see rural development as a key partner in that work, recognizing that we'll only achieve this through true collaboration. And what rural development brings to the table really is an expertise in rural areas, a connection to some of the most likely providers like rural electric co-ops, for example, or our local telecoms. Also finding opportunities to be able to assist when it comes to working in Indian country, for example, and our longstanding relationships in areas that don't always get the service that they need. To speak a little bit more to that coordination, I'll defer to Administrator McLean.
Yes, well, thank you very much. And there is extremely strong coordination between the federal agencies that were entrusted with broadband responsibilities, both in the Rescue Act as well as the bipartisan infrastructure bill. So the NTIA, National Telecommunications Information Administration, part of the Department of Commerce, the Federal Communications Commission, and the Rural Utility Service have a longstanding memorandum of understanding where we collaborate with each other, share data, try to make sure that our programs feather in with each other, and we work closely as well with the Department of Treasury, who had Rescue Act authority to be able to support broadband, and are working across the federal agencies, and look forward to working even more with states as our sister agencies are releasing broadband funds for state investment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. And now the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, is recognized for his 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson. Sochi, great to see you again. Congratulations, Madam Undersecretary. I look forward to working with you. I'm glad we're here talking about this issue. However, I do think a timelier and more appropriate title for this hearing would be the energy crisis every family in America is experiencing because of the Biden administration's misguided inflationary energy policies. I appreciate the opportunity, though, to discuss energy policies with all of you. Gas 2 years ago was $1.97 on average. Now it's $4.17. That's an increase of over 100%. This is proof that our USDA energy programs are more important now than ever, but also proof that this administration, I don't believe, is utilizing them well enough. As ag input costs continue to rise, prices at the pump continue to rise, and inflation continues to decimate rural America, I'm disappointed that once again we aren't discussing the issues that matter most right now to our producers and our families right here in this committee. We need to do better. This administration promised our ethanol and biofuels producers the world during the campaign. and has failed on every single point. And in turn, gas prices continue to soar and our farmers are left behind. Last week, I sent a letter with several of my colleagues on this committee asking the Biden administration to prioritize domestic energy production, including making permanent year-round E15. And again, we asked the president to simply uphold the law and reverse its course on the proposed cuts to the RVOs, the renewable volume obligations. To make matters worse, funding from the CARES Act, which was enacted over 2 years ago, included funds to provide pandemic-related economic relief to ag producers of all types. In December of 2020, the omnibus extended explicit authority to the department to provide this relief to biofuels producers. In December of 2021, a year into the Biden administration, the department finally announced a $700 million biofuel producer program to provide economic relief to our producers to restore renewable fuel markets affected by the pandemic. And yet, amid what I would consider a fuel crisis on top of an inflation crisis, the producers who can help decrease our fuel costs immediately are still being left behind and have yet to see any of these funds as we in Congress have directed. I don't understand why this administration has such an aversion to rural America, especially given the rising gas prices related to the ongoing conflict in Russia and the ban on oil imports, on top of existing and a misaligned ban on drilling in the United States. But regardless, Madam Undersecretary, my question is, why have our biofuels producers still not seen any of these funds?
Congressman Davis, I deeply appreciate your focus on rural America and your shared belief that USDA has a vital role in making sure that we are addressing these challenges, from the increased cost at the pump to supporting local markets in biofuels. I'm eager to make sure that we are delivering those $700 million, recognizing that the application closed in February, and so we'll be focused on getting them out early spring or late spring or early summer. Look forward to keeping in touch with your office to make sure that you receive up-to-date information on that. In addition, as we look at what the investments are to take on the challenges recovering from COVID-19, it's also about making sure that, as you mentioned, that fuel is more accessible across the country. And rural development's opportunity there really is the HBIP program, making sure that we have the technology on the ground to get out that higher blend of biofuels. And so we're also proud to have invested $100 million in the HBIP program, and that will be happening in the spring, the applications for that. To speak a little bit more about the biofuels program and the emphasis there, I defer to Administrator Neal.
Yeah, this is an important issue, so I really appreciate the question and your interest in this important work. We are excited about the opportunity and really welcome the opportunity to help people have choices at the pump, to help supplement the current fuel with all kinds of things, additional kinds of activities like biodiesel, like ethanol, through the programs that we just heard the Undersecretary talk about, the Biofuel Producer Program, the HBIP program, which is going to provide the infrastructure that's necessary. These are the kinds of things that help make sure that our energy stream is reliable, that it's affordable, that it's clean, that it's accessible to people. And so that is really the work that we're doing through these programs. We look forward to opening these programs, to making the announcements very soon for the Biofuel Producer Program, and to opening the Infrastructure Incentive Program as well.
Well, I certainly look forward to those announcements. You can sense my frustration, the frustration of a lot of rural Americans, but I do support rural development, and I really look forward to working with both of you and seeing those announcements soon. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. And now the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Rush, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I certainly want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this outstanding hearing this morning. Madam Undersecretary, it's such a delight to have you back in the Congress before this committee, and you have really made us all very proud of you in terms of your work for the Biden administration and for the American people. As chair of the Energy Subcommittee of the Energy and Commerce Committee, I am particularly concerned about the impact of energy costs on our nation's farmers, and specifically the energy cost as it relates to minority farmers and consumers. And I believe that they have been too often overlooked. In your testimony, you mentioned that energy efficiency in rural communities can explicitly be an equity issue in addition to a climate issue. Explain what you mean by that.
Congressman Rush, would you mind just restating that last part of your question? I just want to make sure I answer it correctly.
I said, could you talk about how energy costs disproportionately burden certain rural communities more than others, and how investment in energy efficiency will help to reduce those inequities?
Thank you so much, Congressman Rush, and it is such an honor and joy to get to see you on this committee. I really appreciate your question about how the cost of energy can disproportionately impact rural communities and how investment in renewable energy can also greater impact the work that's done across rural America. So when you're looking at travel to rural areas, if you're driving hours to get somewhere, or if you're trying to for example, construct homes, and so having to lug large amounts of equipment to rural areas, the impact of energy can be incredibly high. And so it can impact rural areas in a way that's even greater than perhaps the impact in urban areas. Likewise, when we can create and support local markets that are supporting diverse energy sources, it gives us an opportunity to impact rural areas in a similar way. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Let me ask you and also Dr. Neal this question. First of all, I'm so delighted that one of the missions of the USDA's Rural Business Cooperative Service is to improve the effectiveness of programs serving cooperatives. Can you discuss these programs? Whether the programs are only open to rural communities, and what best practices have you developed to reduce barriers to cooperatives under your jurisdiction? And additionally, is there a severe need for more cooperative arrangements in rural and minority farming communities?
Thank you so much, Congressman Rush. I will defer to Administrator Neal to speak to the work that's done specifically to cooperatives and how rural development is working to invest in that.
Thank you. We're really proud of our heritage of supporting cooperatives for I think over 100 years at this point. And so we continue that and excited to continue to have the Rural Cooperative Development Grant Program, the Socially Disadvantaged Groups Grant Program, that specifically support cooperatives in addition to the technical assistance that we provide through our Cooperative Services branch. I think it's important to note that many of our programs are also open to cooperatives, very intentionally open to cooperatives. We designed, as an example, we mentioned earlier today, the Food Supply Chain Guaranteed Loan Program that was specifically designed to include and be inclusive of cooperatives in that program. And so we want to make sure that cooperatives have access to all the kinds of programs, although there certainly are some specific activities that are specific to cooperatives. I would like to say, if I may, just one other thing too. You know, the Rural Energy for America program was the pilot program at USDA for the Environmental Justice 40 project, and so I think that's one of the ways when we think about our REAP program is now serving as a model throughout USDA and to some extent throughout the federal family of how to measure those kinds of impacts, and we're pleased to sort of understand how that disproportionate impact of energy costs can be remedied through programs like REAP and other kinds of things that are out there.
Thank you very much. And now we recognize the other distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Undersecretary, I got to be honest with you because I feel the frustration and the pain and suffering of the American people. I don't know how this administration sleeps at night with what's going on in this country. you've had two of the top CEOs of both BlackRock and JP Morgan, and they have stated that this economy, that we are currently have unprecedented risk with dealing with the current economy. You know, I don't have a crystal ball, but I do come from the business world, and the dashboard looks very bleak in this country right now. And of course, that's probably one of the reasons that Putin took the risk he did, because we're very, very vulnerable. And it's sad. It's very sad for this country. And do you know that right now there's a diesel shortage in Europe, and the Ukrainians aren't even going to be able to plant because they can't get diesel fuel, and we can't even help them because we're going to have a shortage in this country? I mean, folks, we have to wake up and realize what's at stake here. I mean, our very survival as a nation could be at stake here. There are adversaries out there that want to take our way of life away from us. And you're helping them. I don't understand it. But let me just ask you this. Two years ago, we were energy independent. We were helping Europe with LNG. We weren't sending $75 million a day to Russia for oil to finance their war against the poor Ukrainians. Would you be in favor of releasing the energy economy in this country to avert the possible devastation of our economy? Would you be in favor of that? Or are you still going to hang with, well, the government's going to keep spending money to explore alternative energy, and in the meantime, you know, we have no country left? I mean, where are you on that?
Congressman Allen, I recognize that you disagree with the administration in many places, but I hope that we can
I don't
share.
disagree with the administration. I'm telling you what every corporate executive, every business in this country is talking about. This administration is going to destroy the country.
I wake up every single morning thinking about how I can better serve rural America, and I think that's something that we share. And so when it comes to addressing the challenges that are immediate, making sure that we're supporting farmers, that we're supporting local rural economies in the ways they best know how, rural development is there to help incentivize that, to provide some of the financing that's crucial to do that work. And when it comes to taking on the long-term risks for our society, when it comes to taking on the long-term risks for our energy resiliency, rural development is also there to invest in the opportunities and the innovation that we see across rural America.
So what are we going to do about energy?
So we're investing both in the immediate needs when it comes to supporting biofuels, when it comes to supporting local markets for renewable energy.
The only thing that's going to
risks.
save this country is to unleash our energy economy. It's the only thing that's going to save us. Are you for or against that?
Now, sir, when it comes to rural development,
I'm not talking about rural development. I'm talking about everywhere. Yeah, it's going to affect rural America for sure. But I need a yes or a no from someone who represents this administration. Are you going to let this country absolutely fall apart, destroy the country, when we have the opportunity to remove all the pain and suffering just by unleashing our energy economy like the previous administration did?
Congressman.
Yes or no?
Congressman, I'm not clear on what the question is.
You're not clear. Okay. Say, for instance, if we don't unleash our energy economy, it's going to destroy our nation. That's the crystal ball I see. That's what these executives are saying. So would you be for unleashing, would you advise the president to unleash our energy economy, everything we've got, to fight Putin and the rest of the world and to survive as a nation?
So, Congressman, from my standpoint in rural development, we are working to unleash every opportunity we have in energy resiliency, both to address the short-term and the long-term risks that we face.
Okay, well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Allen, and I can assure you, I've spoken with the president on his priority for rural America, and I assure you they're moving very aggressively. And now, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. O'Halloran, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for organizing this important meeting today. I also want to thank the witnesses for their participation today, for helping this committee prepare for the upcoming Farm Bill. First of all, I'd like to get a couple of issues out of the way. Liquefied natural gas, we are the largest exporter in the world starting the end of this year. There are only 2 other countries that are even close. We have 11 million acres right now of oil and gas leases available, and in the time that those leases have been available and out there, the industry itself, since 2014, has contributed or invested $650 billion in 2014. They're about down to investing between $300 and $250 billion a year now. They have to invest money on the leases that they have to produce the oil and gas that are necessary for us today. And corporations throughout this country are not. We are undergoing tremendous inflation right now. But it's because of a pandemic for 2 years. It's because of a war that's going on now. It's because the rest of the corporations in America are investing in America. And that's what we have to do, work together to invest in the future of America. And with that, I will go to the other part of my testimony. Under Secretary Torres Small, welcome. Great seeing you. And I look forward to seeing you in my district in a couple of weeks. I know you have deep expertise working with rural southwestern communities and understand the impact of single plant closure can have on our economies. Coal plants across the West are scheduled to shut down within the next 5 to 10 years across America. And most of those are in rural America. Within the transition, we must not forget about the hardworking rural communities that currently depend on coal plants for good-paying jobs. Over the last few years, northern Arizona has been coping with the Navajo Generation Station closure, NGS, as one of the largest plants in the West. It generated 65% of the Hopi tribe's budget and a large portion of the Navajo tribe. We are expecting several more coal plant closures like this in the northern Arizona over the next decade. There needs to be an acknowledgement in America that rural and urban depend on one another. It's not just one or the other, and that's important. Why in rural? Well, that closure is a regional closure. It's not a town or city closure. It's a closure for the school districts, the fire districts, the community colleges, the healthcare industry, and cities and towns throughout that region. It's imperative that we help these regions out in a larger context. So I just hope that we start to acknowledge that here in the committee. I know we care, all of us, about rural America, but we also have to show that we care, and so far we've taken baby steps in that. Undersecretary Torres Small, how can we ensure we are adequately supporting rural communities as fossil fuel employers shut down and they seek to attract new employers, often in the renewable energy space? Are there specific Farm Bill programs that should be strengthened? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Congressman O'Halloran, and for your question about the impact, well, for your question, but also for your focus on communities as markets transition and change, specifically with coal. We've seen rural development have a key role in this place, both in terms of investing in new projects and electricity generation in nearby areas, but also one of the key factors for rural development is recognizing that there are multiple facets of an economy. So focusing both in terms of creating jobs from an energy space, but also what other local markets are out there that rural development can help invest in. To speak to the energy piece and how we can work to make sure we're investing in renewable energies in rural communities that have had a history of energy production, I'll defer to Administrator McLean.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for mentioning the Navajo Tribal Utility. It is one of the longest serving relationships that the Rural Utility Service and our predecessor, Rural Electrification Administration, has had, and a relationship in water and telecommunications as well as energy. And one of the projects we were very pleased to approve was a very major investment in Navajo Tribal Utility last year, a $235 million loan. And Navajo Tribal Utility is also one of those 10 projects I referenced that utilize the Smart Utility Authority to be able to leverage their investments in electric smart grid investments to be able to extend broadband to the tribal utility. And they're also a good example of seizing the future because we've made also major investments in their solar operations, and they are looking for ways to export power to urban areas so that urban-rural mix and linkage is really really evident there. And so we're grateful to this committee for Section 317 of the Rural Electrification Act, which allows us to invest in renewable energy projects that serve rural and non-rural customers, as well as hydro projects. So Navajo Tribal Utility is managing a very difficult adjustment, but it is doing so, I think, optimistically with a view towards the future.
Chairman's eyes are on me. I'm going to have to yield. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, during the presidential campaign, this president multiple times said he was going to be hostile to the fossil fuel industry of our country. He said he was going to cut fracking, he was going to reduce natural gas production, he was going to stop new leases on federal lands, and he did this on the first day. So I got to respond to some of the comments made here on this. You know, 2/3 of the gas prices have gone up before the Ukraine invasion. Now, we got to be candid, the Ukraine invasion exacerbated what's going on here, but 2/3 of this had already occurred. And I can tell you that the fossil fuel industry in our country knows they have a hostile administration, and they've responded accordingly because they can't trust that their investments can be protected. And I think that's much of the backdrop here. With that said, I want to recognize the Undersecretary. Thank you for being here. Congratulations on your position. And as you know, we have typically multiple hearings at once, so I've had to step in and out. So if I repeat any of this, I apologize, but it's good to see you. Thank you for your leadership. I would say the numbers, I think the second most popular position or issue right now in our district is American energy independence. I would say inflation is probably the number one issue, but they're related, obviously. When you talk to gas, most folks in our district want energy independence. They want an all-of-the-above approach. They're not hostile to solar or wind, but they also know they need natural gas. They're looking for all of the above. They also want American innovation, to contribute to that. With that said, I've met with the biofuels industry today, whether it's the corn producers, the soybean producers, or many of the folks who are in it, and they said that the administration has not been keen on their industry in the biofuels or ethanol, that they feel like they're last place on this whole pecking order. What's your take on this? Because that's their impression. I heard it straight from them. They feel like they have no voice in this administration, and they feel like they're last in the pecking order. How would you respond?
Congressman Bacon, I know that Secretary Vilsack, as well as President Biden, are focused on the diverse portfolio that we need to be energy independent and resilient, and biofuels is a key part of that. And I hope that the biofuels industry feels like they have a strong voice in rural development, because we've been focusing a lot of energy to making sure, pun intended, to making sure that we are investing in that exact type of local market that really creates resiliency, both when it comes to energy, but also on the ground. When I was in Iowa getting to see Elite Octane, for example, and the work that they were doing, their use, their reliance on a REAP grant to make their production more effective and efficient, I was really impressed by the work that they were doing and the impact that was having on the community, where I spoke with young engineers who were able to stay in their hometown because of that local economy. To speak a little bit more about some of the programs that we have to support biofuels, I'll yield to Administrator Neal.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak more about this.
Thank you.
We have a real commitment to homegrown biofuels, in large part because they recognize they provide an opportunity to diversify our sources of fuel, but also because they help support producers in exactly the kinds of ways we just heard from the Undersecretary. So we see there are a number of opportunities there, and we want to be able to support those through our variety of programs, both for producers, but also for the technology and also for getting it to market as we think about the infrastructure necessary, for example, for higher blends to be available.
If I may just do a follow-up, I appreciate the words you're saying. I talked to like 10 of these leaders from different, whether it's the producers, corn or soybeans, and that's not the feedback I'm getting, at least as of this morning. So I can't remember the date. I think it's June, where the E15 mandate goes away. What are we doing? What's our response to that? Because I think that's really looming large on this industry. What's going to happen in that?
Congressman Bacon, that's a really good question. And so when it comes to the science and the determinations about RFS, EPA is in charge of that. Rural development has a key opportunity to make sure that we're supporting the business side of biofuels. And so as we look to this spring, both where we look at the disbursement of that $700 million in terms of impact from COVID-19, and then also opening the applications for the $100 million for the HPIP program, I hope that we'll be able to work hard to be there on the business side for biofuels.
I'll just close with my last few minutes, or last few seconds. About 40% of our corn goes to ethanol. So this is huge. So this is such an important part of the Midwest economy. So I appreciate your commitment to that, and thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And now the gentleman from California, Mr. Garberhall, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my friend and former colleague, Undersecretary Torres Small, for your testimony, and to Dr. Neal and Mr. McLean for being here today. It is great to hear about USDA's commitment to fighting climate change and the steps already being taken. My district has already felt the devastating effects of climate change, from severe droughts to intense wildfires. Investing in renewable energies and transitioning away from fossil fuels is crucial in mitigating the effects of climate change. I represent the rural communities, and I represent rural communities, and you are right that rural communities need a seat at the table. Undersecretary Torres Small, can you walk me through rural development's process in identifying rural communities with the potential to lean into clean energy transition? What kind of outreach does rural development do, and how can Congress help ensure every rural community knows about these programs?
Congressman Carvajal, it is so wonderful to see you, and I deeply appreciate your question about how we make sure that the programs within rural development, the opportunity within rural development, are truly reaching rural communities across the country. It is one of our special assets that we have 47 state offices and over 450 offices with people on the ground committed to that program delivery. And we talked a little bit today about the reinvestments that we've made in terms of staffing, which we certainly see as our greatest resource on the ground. And there's still work to do in terms of increasing that outreach, identifying places that we haven't reached out to in the past, or communities that haven't received any type of rural development investment for the last 5 years. How do we now expand to make sure that no matter how small your community is, or if you don't have a grant writer, which is the vast majority of the places where we work, that we're still reaching those communities and supporting their work through technical assistance. To speak about the outreach that's done on an energy side, I'd love to actually tap in Administrator McLean to talk about that.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And we're very, very excited about the growth we've seen at the Rural Utility Service in renewable projects. More of between FY 20 and 21. We more than doubled our level of dollar investments from just over $100 million to nearly $200 million, a 50% increase in megawatts in the portfolio. And so renewable energy is taking off really across the country. And we're seeing that, as you say, Congressman, leaning in to that communities are doing that. Also, energy efficiency is another great inflation fighter and very friendly to the environment, because it takes, in traditional fuels, 3 units of energy to produce 1 unit of electricity. If we could save 1 unit of electricity, we're saving 3 units of energy. And we're seeing programs like the Rural Energy Savings Program, working with rural electric cooperatives and other other utilities to be able to encourage relending for energy efficiency as being a real positive. The last fiscal year, we were able to finance 16 individual solar projects at RUS, a microgrid project, and a hydroelectric project, all growing the portfolio for renewables. And we're seeing interest grow. Our pipeline is filling with additional projects in that arena as well.
Thank you. Undersecretary Torres Small, the need to invest in renewable energies is becoming more important than ever, as it will allow the United States to be more energy dependent. And we have seen global oil costs skyrocket because of the Russian attack on Ukraine. Can you expand on how biofuels can play a role in our national energy independence? How should we be weighing investments in different renewables through USDA programs, and how can we continue supporting the deployment of renewable energy sources in rural communities?
I really appreciate this question because it shows how complex our energy portfolio is and will need to continue to be. There's all sorts of different energy uses, whether it's transportation or whether it's electricity, whether it's manufacturing. And the way that we invest in that is going to require different answers. And so a vital part of that is investment in biofuels, especially as we look at transportation. And that's why rural development has worked so hard to invest in those programs. And because we're out of time, we'll just say HBIP and $700 million for COVID-19 impacts are certainly a big place where we're doing that work.
Thank you. I'm out of town, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. And now the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Beard, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I appreciate all the Undersecretary and the staff being here. You know, as we're all feeling the pain when we fuel up at the pump, we see the increasing prices. And it just seems to me that now would be a bad time to remove some of the choices in our fuel supply chain. And by that, I mean, what's going to happen or what has happened when we do not correct for the Reed vapor pressure and provide for year-round use of E15 ahead of the June 1st deadline and sales cutoff. So what does USDA and the broader administration feel about doing or correcting this situation?
We're focused on making sure we are delivering for the biofuels industry in the way rural development best knows how. So although we're not the decision maker on some of the decisions you recently noted, we have a key opportunity to be there for biofuels producers in a few different ways. So we've talked a little bit about the 700 million applications closed in February. Payments should be coming online in late spring or early summer, as well as the investments in the technology that brings those higher blends to communities. So having the right gas pumps, for example. And that's the HBIP program is the one that best can be there for communities in doing that work. So the investment of $100 million there. In addition, you know, the first biofuels production that I visited were recipients of REAP. And I think there's a really unique opportunity to align there where we're making the production of biofuels more energy efficient and more economical in and of itself, whether it's a high-tech grain producer dryer to process for a biofuels plant, or whether it's a low-tech but a replacement for a really old grain dryer on the farm that is making that work more energy efficient and affordable for the farmer. To add some additional comments on the work for biofuels, I'll defer to Administrator Neal.
Thank you. Appreciate that question. I think, you know, one of the things I'll just sort of highlight in addition to some of the comments that have previously been made is thinking about the variety of feedstocks that's available to go into biofuels. And I think what's one of the places where when we look at our work in REAP, when we look at our work in the 9003 program, we think about biorefineries, what are the variety of feedstocks that are available that producers, frankly, sometimes that may be even waste, that can be used to turn waste or other kinds of feedstocks into fuel, into energy for the kinds of needs that we have. And so I think as we in addition to thinking about, supporting businesses through difficult times like we're doing with the Biofuel Producer Program, supporting producers as they grow the kinds of feedstocks that we need intentionally for the development of biofuels. As we think about the support of various technologies through REAP or through the 9003 program, I think it's also important to consider how a variety of different feedstocks from a variety of sources can be commercialized into production of biofuels. And again, diversify the types of fuels that are out there and provide for more choices for people as they get where they need to go.
Well, thank you for that. I really appreciate being able to look at different opportunities and make sure we bring all of those along at the same time. I do want to switch gears and look at another opportunity just to get a feel for how you and the administration feel about it. But I'm talking about methane digesters. They can really be used to turn a problem into an asset. And so I just want to know how the administration feels about using methane digesters attached to livestock industry. A lot of those are terribly expensive. And so is there anything that you feel we could put in the Farm Bill that would help move that process forward?
Congressman Beard, thank you so much for that question. It's something we haven't had a chance to talk about today, but I think is a really exciting investment. Both the administration as well as, of course, Secretary Vilsack have expressed significant interest when it comes to methane digesters and recognizing that there's a large gamut, whether it's a smaller digester or some of the bigger scale ones that we're starting to see interest in now. There's key opportunities for them. And to speak a little bit more about that, I'll defer to Administrator Neal.
Yeah, thank you. We are excited about the work that so many are doing with anaerobic digesters. Part of what we see is, this can be funded through our REAP program, but also through the 9003 program. So again, to accommodate the variety of sizes of different projects that are out there, I think that's important to have a variety of different choices of programs out there to support that work. One of the things that's also been interesting to track and to note is how the products from those digesters are being used. So in addition to seeing projects that might sell methane to produce electricity. We're also seeing things that are where they're selling gas directly to the pipeline. And then we're also beginning to see, particularly with some of our 9003 projects, places where there are digesters that are being used to make renewable chemicals. That's where we see a lot of opportunity in the renewable chemical sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're trying to get to everyone. Appreciate that. And now the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And hello, Undersecretary Torres Small. It's wonderful to see you again. And thank you again for taking the time to come out to Washington State in February to meet with my constituents and farmers. And I want to talk with you today about the Rural Energy for America, or REAP program. REAP is an incredibly important program for farmers and businesses in Washington State and my district. And for the most part, the program works well, but I would like to flag a few key issues and ask how we can make this program more effective. First, I know the program is significantly oversubscribed throughout the country. In fiscal year 2021, there was $1.1 million in grant requests from Washington, but only $752,000, or 65% of those, was allocated. Second, I've heard concerns about REAP providing only reimbursements and covering only 25% of project costs, and that's an outlier. This can be a real equity barrier for smaller producers who may not be able to put up 100% of the project cost up front or get a loan to be able to cover those upfront costs. And compared with similar programs, 25% of the cost share seems low. I know some of this may fall to Congress, but in order to serve more applicants and accelerate the adoption of renewable energy projects, I think we should look to increase this cost share rate and increase the total funding available in the REAP program. Finally, I'm concerned about farms and businesses in peri-urban and ex-urban areas. Case in point would be the farm that you and I visited together. Folks in Pierce County in my district are geographically not far from cities like Seattle and Tacoma, and thus may be excluded from participation. But the areas we live in, as you saw, practically speaking, are quite rural. And this will continue to be an issue as kind of urbanization encroaches on rural areas. So, question, Undersecretary Torres-Small, I just want to ask how we can make REAP easier for folks to use, and is there a way that we can incorporate these peri-urban and ex-urban farmers and businesses in the program?
Thank you so much for your careful attention to farmers and their needs and how we can best serve them through REAP. It certainly is something we're eager to provide technical assistance on as you look at the Farm Bill, recognizing that REAP is one of the most popular programs, and so that oversubscription that you mentioned, certainly we see it on the ground when folks are interested in the program. Also, when it comes to the cost share piece, which really depends on the demographics of the application, and for that I'll defer to Administrator Neal. And then also the access piece, both when it comes to where something is located, but also in terms of how do we just make it easier with the application process, which is something we're focusing a lot of attention on. But so to speak more specifically to that, I'll defer to Administrator Neal.
Thank you again for the opportunity to speak about this. Just a couple things I would share. I think one, in addition to providing technical assistance to make sure that folks are able to submit the applications, they feel comfortable with that, and they can submit ideally a competitive and high quality application. I think as we heard from Undersecretary Torres-Small, I think we're looking at ways that we can streamline the application process, make it more modernized. I think there are some ways that can be done so that not only makes it easier for the applicants, but also frankly makes it faster, more efficient for us, for our team at RBCS to review those applications and score those applications. So we're looking at opportunities for that. We certainly welcome the opportunity to talk with you all, provide technical assistance around how the program could be structured in terms of cost share and those kinds of things. And as we think about the definitions of urban and of rural and what that includes, that is try to be very intentional around that. To stay in the lines of where our authority is. And so, again, welcome opportunity to follow up with you if you have particular questions about that.
I would love to follow up about that, just because if our goals are to support family farms and to support renewable energy sources, reducing geographic limitations would be fantastic. I have 22 seconds remaining. I just want to mention the importance of including hydropower in USDA energy programs. Pacific Northwest produces some of the cleanest, most affordable energy in the country. And as a Northwesterner, I would like to see that included. So thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Shar. And now the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Balderson, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And Madam Undersecretary, thank you again for being here. My first question is, as you mentioned briefly in your testimony, the 2018 Farm Bill mandated coordination between USDA and the Department of Energy on energy security issues. Could you expand on this coordination and what are some of the results that this has yielded?
Thank you so much, Congressman, for that question, and it's certainly something we are focused on. We entered into an MOU with the Department of Energy in 2019 and actually have an upcoming meeting to further flesh out the opportunities there. But there's some key opportunities, whether it's looking at electric vehicles, for example, and the opportunities of joint investments and work there. Identifying priorities when it comes to cybersecurity is another potential that we've been looking into. And to speak to some of that additional work, I will defer to Administrator McLean.
Yes, thank you very much. And Yes, thank you. The 2018 Farm Bill provision on the Memorandum of Understanding between USDA and DOE have been very productive. We have had numerous conversations, coordinations, in particular areas about cybersecurity, renewable energy, decarbonization, quantification of decarbonization going forward. And we are in terms of also the agenda to be able to finance charging stations in rural areas where we think that we can leverage our loan programs against the grant programs that the Department of Energy has. We noticed too that the Department of Energy had a number of grant programs that will be eligible for applications among rural electric cooperatives, in particular out of the infrastructure bill, and we look forward to working with the Department of Energy to help leverage those resources with our borrower constituency and our stakeholders as well.
Okay, thank you both very much. Undersecretary, my next question is, I've met with several energy producers in Ohio that operate some renewable energy programs. While they say that renewables such as solar are great supplements, they go on to say that a complete transition to renewables would be unattainable and will make it impossible to serve all their customers. I think everyone in this committee on both sides of the aisle knows that it is unrealistic to fully transition rural America to renewables as quickly as this administration would like to. Can you discuss the specific challenges that such a transition will have on rural America and America's farmers?
Yeah, I think rural development has a unique perspective of this in a few ways. One, of course, working with farmers and recognizing the impacts of energy dependence in rural America, as well as some of the opportunities when it comes to energy diversification in rural America, but also when it comes to our longstanding work in electricity and working with rural electric co-ops and some of the efforts that they have made to diversify their energy portfolio. And so to speak a little bit more about that work and our unique perspective there, I'll defer to Administrator McLean.
Thank you very much. And of course, the Rural Utility Services, predecessor Rural Electrification Administration, is a longstanding relationship with cooperatives and rural service providers in the state of Ohio. And one of the more exciting things that are happening in the industry is in the area of beneficial electrification, where we're almost considering it as rural electrification 2.0. Where we are able to see the transformation of carbon-dependent machinery, transportation, industrial uses, switching over to electricity. And so the application of time and of technology, investment, and incentives, I think will be able to get us to that transition. But we're also seeing a lot of dedication from the good people who do provide that energy in the state of Ohio and elsewhere. Again, many of them are longtime customers of our agency.
Does the gentleman yield back? Oh,
yes, Mr. Chairman, I thank them, and I yield back my remaining time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And now the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this opportunity, and thank you for holding this important hearing. Dr. Neal, Mr. McLean, thank you very much for being here. You have to understand, though, that going to be a lot of a sentiment directed at Undersecretary Xochitl Torres-Small because of how beloved she was as a member of Congress and how good it is always to see her on Capitol Hill. So, Madam Undersecretary, welcome back. You're always welcome on Capitol Hill. Thank you for being here. Just want to talk to you about your testimony in what you addressed as energy security. You talked about a relationship between the USDA and the Department of Energy, specifically dealing with funding on grid reliability. Let's focus on that right now and the partnership that you mentioned in your testimony. How is that going? Is it proven successful? And is there anything that we in Congress can do to support you and to support that relationship for grid security?
Congressman Panetta, it is a joy, as always, to see you, and thank you so much for your kind remarks and for your focus on this partnership, which I think is really important and exciting. The first thing that you did, which that Congress did, which I think was very helpful, is requiring it in the 2018 Farm Bill. It got us to work in terms of that MOU. It got us to work in identifying the places where we can work together. And the focus on reliability, certainly, from your experience in California, is crucial as we look to make sure that we have good ways to monitor electricity delivery, for example, under threats of extreme weather. Also, as we look at that reliability when it comes to cybersecurity, and that's why also our investments in the Grid Security Division has been crucial in rural development. To speak a little bit more about that MOU, I'll defer to Administrator McLean.
Thank you very much. And yes, thank you for mentioning the relationship with the Department of Energy. Under the MOU, it has been a very productive and worthwhile engagement. We look to the Department of Energy for their scientific leadership, their innovation, and their demonstration projects. What we do at Rural Utility Service is we deploy the proven technologies. So those of you who know Washington, D.C., we share 12th Street. The Department of Agriculture and Department of Energy are next door neighbors, and we look at that MOU as to being the bridge across 12th Street to be able to take the innovation that the Department of Energy is working on, the technology advancements that they're working on and bringing into the marketplace, and bringing it across into implementation in rural America through the financing that we can provide at the Rural Utility Service. And with relationship to those grant programs that the Department of Energy has, we would be delighted to be able to leverage our loan programs to be able to stretch them out to get further activities financed in rural areas.
Okay, thank you. And let me move on to my next topic, if I could, Madam Undersecretary. Look, obviously in administrating rural development programs, especially in California and in my district, we struggle because the designation of rural based on population density. And it impedes our ability for our communities and our farmers and ranchers to benefit from many of these programs. Madam Undersecretary, can you discuss the further need to revisit the definition of rural, if you can, and elaborate on how the current definition limits investment in rural economies?
Congressman Panetta, thank you so much for your advocacy for your constituents, and I recognize the challenge that often the specifics of each program can have on the delivery and how each of your communities can access them. Congressman Schreier also recently recognized this in terms of REAP. We stand poised to do what Congress tells us to do in this area and to provide all the technical assistance you might need as you address any challenges when it comes to accessibility to our programs.
Great. Look forward to working with you on that and many other issues as we approach the 2023 Farm Bill as well. Thank you for being here. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. And now the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Madam Undersecretary and our other panelists, thank you for joining us here this morning. I represent the Big First of Kansas, which is one of the largest ag producing districts in the country. Last year we did over about $10 billion in ag products, something that those of us in the district are very, very proud of. In Kansas, we have around a dozen ethanol plants and biodiesel plants combined. The majority of those are in my district. And I think everyone agree that these investments have been huge for rural economic development over the last few decades. It's been jobs. It means increased demand for corn and sorghum, which improves the basis, which dramatically immediately impacts Main Street and all of our rural communities. It also provides wet and dry distillers grain that are then fed in feed yards all over the district. 2 weeks ago, I took Ranking Member Thompson, welcomed him to the district. We toured a feed yard, toured an ethanol plant, the largest ethanol producer in the district. And frankly, I would say that people in my district and in the ethanol industry are baffled and frustrated by this war that they feel is being waged, and I agree with them on liquid fuels. We've seen the price of fuel increase, and that's the big part, in my view, on what's driving inflation. Not the only thing, but it's the biggest thing that's driving inflation and increasing the overall cost of things. The answer is right under our feet here in America, and it's also growing on our fields all over the country today. A specific thing I think we could do right away would be year-round E15. which would increase demand, would provide some certainty for the market. So I guess my first question is, what's the administration's position on year-round E15? Is that something that you support?
Congressman Mann, thank you so much for that question and for your interest in the wide gamut of biofuels and ethanol and the opportunities across the board that they present. When it comes to E15, the decision maker really is the EPA, and so rural development doesn't work in that space. We're focused, like you are, on the business side of the work that can be done there. And so we've talked about the programs that might support some of the production that's happening in your district. The piece that we haven't talked very much about is the Biopreferred program, and I'd love to discuss that with you as well at some point.
I would love to do that as well. As this seems to be this movement towards more electric vehicles, a term we say in our district is you can't plow with the Prius. I mean, the bottom line is we need diesel fuel. We need it today, and that's not going to change anytime soon. I guess the specific question is, what can we do to make the cost of diesel fuel less, so that operating this equipment that exists in on our farms all over Kansas and around the country, we've got to figure out how we can decrease the price of diesel fuel to make these operations more economic. Any thoughts on that?
From when it comes to rural development, I think the opportunities are investing in biodiesel, like you said, and how do we make sure that we're investing in new technologies to expand the impact that ethanol and biodiesel can have. Dr. Neal spoke briefly about the 9003 program, which is about the innovations that are available within biofuels and how we can continue to support that so that as we face continuing challenges when it comes to our energy supply, we'll have those technologies to respond to.
Great. And my last question, what ways do you see can bioenergy help the U.S. regain our energy independence? We were energy independent. We're not anymore. That is absolutely, in my view, an immediately fixable problem. And what do you think is bioenergy's role to play in that?
When COVID-19 hit, I think we recognized that energy independence can mean a lot of things. It certainly means how do we produce energy locally that we have access to, but it also recognizes a global impact when we look at pricing and the markets globally. And so when I think about energy independence or energy dependence in communities like Alaska, where they're reliant on diesel fuels for 100% of their electricity production, the way that we can respond to that is creating a more diverse energy portfolio. And biofuels are a key part of that. I think that's how we work together to invest in that.
Yeah, I agree. Well, thank you for being here. In my view, America is the freest country in the history of the world in large part because we've never had to rely on another country for our food. And we also can be in a situation where we do not have to rely on another country for our energy. And we need to quickly return to that. It's right below our feet, right, growing in our fields today, and I think our policy should reflect that. So thank you for being here. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. And now the gentlewoman from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Undersecretary Torres Small, for returning to our committee to talk about the energy title of the Farm Bill and how rural America is transitioning to clean energy. And I want to thank you again for your trip to New Hampshire, broadband and clean energy that was such a great success. We so appreciated you coming to visit the solar array in Franklin, New Hampshire that's being developed with low-interest loans from the Rural Utility Service. And as you know well, this kind of strategic investment from USDA in clean energy supports our rural communities and the economy around us. As our nation transitions toward a clean energy future, there's no question that rural America has a critical role to play in leading this charge. And I might say we'll be less dependent on foreign sources of energy and less dependent on fossil fuels overall. This energy evolution, of course, includes wind, solar, hydropower, near and dear to my heart. I think it's a damn good idea, but also wood energy as well. And it's especially key for New Hampshire as we are the second most forested state in the country. Many granite staters, including my husband and myself, have turned to wood stoves and wood pellet stoves and heater to keep our homes and businesses warm during the winter. Wood heat is not only cleaner than fossil fuel alternatives, but it's energy that's grown locally in New England, where we tend to be at the very end of the pipeline. Wood heat creates demand for low-grade wood, and keeping that market viable helps our family foresters stay in business. And to that end, last year I joined Congresswoman Pingree to introduce legislation to double funding for the Community Wood Energy and Wood Innovation Grant Program, and the biomass programs and rural developments portfolio are critical as well. Madam Undersecretary, can you elaborate on how wood energy fits within USDA's rural development energy portfolio and how your programs enhance wood energy projects?
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Custer. It's lovely to see you again. And I really appreciate your question for a few reasons. One is that it shows how much looking at the local opportunities on the ground can also help us address our energy opportunities and challenges. And so when it comes to woody biomass, you certainly mentioned some of the programs within the forest, within NRE that can help provide support. And rural development stands poised to contribute to how we can stack those opportunities. So if there's a woody biomass funding coming from the Forest Service, we might be able to also support those efforts through a BNI guaranteed loan, for example, or some other support. And so to speak a little bit more to that, I'll defer to Administrator Neal.
Sure, thank you. So I think a couple things I would say. One, as we heard, there are opportunities sort of within our larger space for businesses, just for business development. So we think about the Business Industry Guaranteed Loan Program or other kinds of places that they're not specific to the energy sector, but can certainly contribute there and be supportive of the businesses in that sector. In addition, of course, there are programs that we have that are specific to the energy sector or specific to fuels, and we think about opportunities in REAP, opportunities in 9003. In these places, I mentioned earlier that REAP has about 70% of the applications and the awards there for grants are in solar. But there are other categories of technology that are absolutely competitive, and we welcome those applications. And in fact, in some cases, depending on what the pool of projects is, there may even be discretionary points or other kinds of things awarded for underrepresented technologies, so that those kinds of technologies that are often very competitive can make sure that they can get access to that funding as well.
Great. I'm going to try to get one more quick one in. You talked in your testimony that there's more that we can do to improve USDA's rural energy programs by making applications more accessible and expanding technical assistance. Is USDA looking at steps to address this internally? And is there potential action that we in Congress need to take in the next Farm Bill to help streamline?
Oh, Congresswoman Custer, thank you so much for asking that question. It's one of the things that I am most interested in when it comes to rural development. I know I'm in a rural community when I'm talking to a group of people who care deeply about their home, but none of them are grant writers. So we're working hard to identify the regulatory challenges that make applications more difficult. Also, just some of our standard practices that sometimes can make applications more difficult, and also want to work with you if there are legislative barriers as well, if you have technical questions on that.
Great. Nice job with the clock. Thank you so much again. We're so proud of you. And with that, I yield back.
Yes, thank you very much. And now the gentlelady from Louisiana, Miss Letlow, is now recognized for 5 minutes. Is she?
She stepped off the platform. Gentleman, Mr. Extra.
He's next. Okay. I think we're in the process of getting back in touch with Ms. Letlow. Mr. Fintra, would you mind carrying on? You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Thompson. And Madam Undersecretary, it's nice to see you again. In your testimony, you speak to the importance and the effectiveness of E15. I really appreciate that. I really do. In fact, you say that ethanol displaced more than 500 million barrels of crude oil in 2021, which contributed efforts to protect America's energy independence. That's amazing. And in Iowa, 1 out of every 2 rows of corn go to ethanol. And sometimes we forget about this, but we also have distiller's grain that comes out of ethanol. You know, some people say we're using energy instead of food. That's very incorrect. But I want to get back to you. We've talked about year-round E15, and I'm just wondering, what can rural development do to help this E15 process to go year-round? And is there anything that you can do for the administration or with the administration to make this happen?
Congressman, thank you so much for your question and just for your attentiveness throughout the hearing. I've seen you here and present and engaged the whole time, and that really means I know how valuable your time is. And I also appreciate your focus on biofuels. When I was in Iowa, I actually visited a biofuels producer that had an agreement to send their distillery grain to a New Mexican cattle company. So I recognize the impacts there across the board. And your question about E15s is really important. When it comes to the work that rural development does, we focus on that business side of things. So we're not the scientists determining when, or we're not the courts determining when if E15 can be used, but we want to make sure there's the technology on the ground to do that. And so the HBIP program is crucial to get those gas pumps that can handle that fuel all across rural America to make it more accessible.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for that. And then you mentioned the $700 million program for biofuels that was authorized through the CARES Act over the last 2 years. Can you sort of in generalities provide an update on the program, sort of on the accounting side, how much money has been spent already, and in essence, how much is left, if you somewhat know that?
Yeah, I appreciate the question because we've been working to get the money out the door, and we took some time to get it right. We issued a notice, identified some challenges with how we were measuring the impact that COVID-19 had on corn growers and other producers of biofuels. And so we shifted, we pivoted based on feedback that we got. And so applications closed in February, and we're expecting payments to go out in late spring or early summer. And to speak a little bit more specifically about those pivots, I'll defer to Administrator Neal.
Yeah, thank you so much for mentioning that. I appreciate your mention of dry distillers grains in your question. That was, in fact, one of the pivots that we recognized. Initially, the program was specifically for those who had experienced losses due to ethanol production. We recognized that many of those firms had multiple streams of income, right? They were selling the distillers dry grains, they were selling CO2, they were doing other things as well. And they had contracts to do that, and they wanted to make sure that they were able to meet those obligations. And so we recognized that even though that those companies were operating at a loss, they were still producing, but they were operating at a loss so that they could meet these other contracts. We wanted to make those pivots in place, put those pivots in place so that those kinds of firms could be in general eligible for this. And so on January 28th, we published an amendment to the NOFO in response to that kind of feedback to open up that program and, again, make it responsive to what we were hearing from folks who are in the sector.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. And as you both know, it is so important for the Midwest to have biofuels. And I get really concerned. Obviously, I want year-round E15, and if you could pass it along to the administration. But I was in a budget hearing on last Monday, and there's not one word about biofuels in the administration's budget. And I get really concerned about that. Is how serious is the administration? And I know you can't answer that, but I will say thank you for all the rural development's help. I've seen it so much in my rural communities. And I greatly appreciate all your efforts. Thanks again. I yield back.
Thank you. And now, gentleman from Florida, Mr. Lawson, is now recognized for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member for this meeting. And Madam Undersecretary, I don't want to sound redundant, but and this was something you answered a little bit early on. It's that, and I'm saying it's been well documented that many of the USDA conservation programs have application that is sometimes very technical, very time-consuming. Because of this, unequal number of large operators are benefiting from these programs, while small and socially disadvantaged farmers and producers struggle to apply. How is the Rural Energy and Economic and American Program able to deal with this? Should we allow smaller producers some upfront assistance to work on these projects?
Congressman Lawson, that's such a helpful question. And what I really appreciate about it is that you recognize that accessibility of our programs really is about equity, making sure that no matter who you are in rural America, you have access to these programs. If you don't have a grant writer, you still have access to these programs. Also, Congress has done a really interesting job acknowledging that in recent funding as well. So if you look at the Reconnect programs, additional fund component for technical assistance and administrative fees, that's been helpful. It was also available in some of the ARPA programs, as well as in proposed legislation with BBB, recognizing that a key part of the programs are the people that help deliver it, and making sure that we're able and poised well to do that in a way that's accessible to everyone. So as we look at the Farm Bill and the ways to make REAP more accessible, recognizing that it's already oversubscribed, but we want to make sure it's equally accessible to folks, really eager to provide technical assistance on that.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Undersecretary, you know, I've been on the Agriculture Committee almost 6 years now, and you know, because I have a lot of rural areas, and I've always believed that agriculture is the springboard for everything that we have in society. As you know, there are several renewable energy programs that have been included in the Farm Bill and have received little or no appropriation over the last couple of years that I've been on. From your perspective, in Congress missing any key opportunity for funding these special programs? We talk about them all the time, but we don't fund them. And I just want to know your perspective on it.
Good question.
That's a great question, and we certainly are, it's our job is to fulfill what Congress asks us to fulfill. So I do want to make sure and communicate that. But as we recognize ways that we are reaching communities, we certainly see places where communities are asking for more, right, where we're tapped out, and are happy to communicate that to Congress as you make your decisions in terms of funding. The other piece there, it's not just about funding, but it's also about flexibility. So how do we take a bigger program and make sure that it speaks to a lot of different potential local ideas so we can respond and support that? To speak a little bit more to that, I'll defer to Administrator Neal.
Sure, I appreciate that question. It is an important topic, and I'll address that by thinking about one program in particular, the Rural Energy Pilot Program, which is a pilot program, as you said, that offers grants and financial assistance for rural communities as they develop their rural, to further develop renewable energy in their communities. One of the things I think that's really important about this program is it's driven by community partnerships, so it's really about what that community recognizes in terms of their assets and how they want to proceed in terms of their renewable energy future. And so that program is letters of intent are actually coming up due on April 19th, and so we look forward to receiving those, and then there'll be a second round. And part of what we think is good about having that two-step process is that allows opportunity for feedback on that first letter of intent. You get to see sort of what is the thought, are there ways to strengthen this, how to make this align better with what the program priorities are, and so they're able to get that feedback back, and then if they choose, submit a full completed application by the July 18th deadline. So as an example of how these kinds of programs can operate, I think REP provides that, and we're again very pleased to see how that program, they've already had significant interest, and looking forward to seeing more of that.
Okay, thank you. This is great information. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. And now the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just note, having watched the Undersecretary today, it's a reminder of why so many of us enjoyed working with her. Just a great passion for service, and our country is lucky to have your continued service, ma'am. I watched with interest Mr. Carvajal's discussions of energy security, and as we look forward toward the next Farm Bill, are there particular aspects that this committee should keep in mind that together we could do to try to further energy security for this country?
Thank you so much, Congressman Johnson, for your hard work and the opportunity to collaborate on this, because I think there's some great places where obviously we will follow Congress's lead and investment in this. But when we look at resiliency, I think it really breaks down into a few things, right? It's being able to deliver electricity even in the face of extreme weather, right? And how do we make sure that both our energy generation as well as our energy delivery is resilient in that matter. It's also resilient to cybersecurity. So recognizing that electricity is one of the only utilities that requires certain investments in cyber utility, and rural development has responded to that by allowing that to be included in the loan portfolio to prepare for some of that cybersecurity that's necessary. And then it's also about making sure that we're ready for the challenges of the future when it comes to diversifying our energy portfolio. I do want to make sure there's a few more specifics for you, and so I'll defer to Administrator McLean.
I think that, again, we've been very grateful for the strong support the committee has shown rural utility service. And
Excuse me, Mr. McLean, we're having a little difficulty. Turn your mic on.
My apologies.
Thank you.
Any investment in infrastructure, whether it's water, telecommunications, broadband, electricity, is investments in reliability, because that investment in infrastructure is more reliable, more efficient, safer, cleaner, more reliable than what it's replacing. And that's why there's a continuing need for the programs that this committee has so valiantly provided for over the years, and we hope would provide for into the future. And as we move towards this transition, we are all about adding to the capacity of energy production, whether it's through new and renewable sources, with the addition of technology and innovation, and addition of transmission capacity in order to move power from where it's generated, often in rural areas, to where it's needed, sometimes in suburban and urban areas as well.
So then maybe to shift gears a fair amount, I'm just curious if any of you are hearing much from members of Congress or other stakeholders about the new carbon utilization and biogas education program. And what are you hearing?
I love the curiosity. I think that's absolutely crucial, because we have a lot of work that we're doing in the bioprocured space, and I want to make sure that we're coordinating on that effort. So to speak a little bit more to that, I will defer to Administrator Neal.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Specifically, I want to say just a little bit about the interagency working group on biogas, which we are working on along with Department of Energy and various others across the federal family. There's significant opportunity there. That group has identified several priorities, things like standardizing digestate composition as a commodity that's recognized across the country, enhancing the ability to forecast emission reductions from anaerobic digestion, and reduction of regulatory barriers that might exist in that space. So thinking about that interagency working group and how all of these agencies within the federal family can collaborate intentionally around the future for digesters and what the opportunities that technology presents, I think is a real opportunity, and we're excited to be engaged very proactively in that working group.
And I know it's early yet, so I wouldn't imagine that you've got fully fleshed out themes you're hearing, but are there certain things that are percolating up that people are particularly interested in or excited about, concerned about?
Administrator Neal.
Sure. Yeah. No. Happy to follow. I think those. Really, it's some of those key priorities that we've identified that I just shared. Things like standardization, understanding what the impact of digesters are, sort of recognizing. I think there's significant opportunity in recognizing the broad role in digesters. So it's sometimes we think a lot about gas products, but there are other kinds of products, things like renewable chemicals and those kinds of things that I think are going to be very important in the bio-based sector as well. So there's a broad range of things. I think that working group is well positioned to make progress in all of them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. And now the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairman Scott, and thank you to the ranking member. I want to say also thank you to the Undersecretary for coming back in front of us to talk about your important work at USDA and for your colleagues being here as well. Given rising fuel prices and energy prices, we know this is impacting the budgets of working families across our nation. It's my view that we need to be focused on immediate and impactful solutions that decrease energy prices as well as increase U.S. energy independence. That's why I've been so focused on increasing the availability of U.S.-produced renewable biofuels, and it's why I support the Renewable Energy for America program. First, on biofuels, E15 back in Minnesota is selling anywhere from 15 to 45 cents cheaper per gallon than traditional gasoline right now. Multiple studies have shown that it reduces GHG emissions by more than 40% compared to traditional gasoline. We could replace every barrel of Russian oil with biofuels. But Minnesotans and Americans across the country are at risk of losing access, and you know this is so important in the Midwest, to this renewable fuel this summer if no action is taken soon to permit year-round sales of E15. That's why I led a bipartisan letter to the President last week with 6 bipartisan co-chairs of the Congressional Biofuels Caucus, urging him to permit year-round sales using authority outlined in the Clean Air Act. Madam Undersecretary, I know you and Secretary Vilsack have been strong proponents of renewable biofuels within the administration, so thank you for your leadership on that. 2 questions for you on the topic. Can you give us any update here today on the perspective that you and the USDA leadership team are sharing with your counterparts within the administration when it comes to allowing summer sales of E15?
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Craig, for your advocacy for the biofuels industry and for your home. It certainly was evident when I visited your district recently, just to see how committed the entire community was to being part of a solution when it comes to energy resiliency. And so it was very inspiring to me to see that on the ground. And when it comes to the work that rural development does for biofuels, recognizing that it is, and this time has reinforced that, a crucial component of our energy independence. And so the way we can support that is through the support of getting the technology on the ground to best deliver those biofuels and those higher blends of biofuels, as well as addressing some of the impacts that biofuels producers experienced in the midst of COVID-19.
Well, we certainly hope you'll pass it along within the full administration as well as the EPA that Minnesotans are about to see fuel costs go up if the administration doesn't act now, and we have an opportunity to act now. Can you, along the infrastructure lines, can you give us a little bit of an update on the status of the $100 million infrastructure grant program that USDA announced in December of 21, and can you share an update on the $700 million for biofuels producers in particular?
We've been working hard on this, and I really appreciate you bird-dogging it to make sure that it's delivered to the people who are working hard to fuel our country. So when it comes to the $100 million that we expect to see before the end of spring, getting the application process open. And when it comes to the $700 million, as you know, the application closed at the end of February or within February, and so now we are working to get those payments out late spring or early summer.
Great. And so thank you so much for your work on that important issue. As you all know, rural America plays a role in increasing rural energy and energy independence via the REAP program. So quickly, Madam Undersecretary, as you know, REAP supports producers through a bunch of different funding pools. With year-over-year changes in renewable energy system installment costs and recent inflationary pressure, does USDA believe it makes sense to increase that minimum funding pool threshold?
It's been clear throughout this hearing just how interested folks are in REAP, and we see that on the ground too. One of the things we've talked about is how it is oversubscribed. So any changes in terms of who can access and how much money can be used would certainly impact the broad pool of applicants. But I think there are a lot of ways we can work and follow Congress's discretion in terms of how they want to allocate those funds.
Well, thank you so much. That answer will certainly help this committee address possible changes ahead of the next Farm Bill. And with that, Madam Undersecretary, thank you for being with us. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. And now the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishback, is now recognized for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just building a little bit, Mrs. Craig was talking about some of the biofuels and the ethanol from Minnesota, but obviously gas prices are high, and I think they've been touched on a bit. I think maybe even Mr. Davis had touched on it a little bit, but and what I'm really interested in is how to solve those high gas prices. And I think that biofuels is really a no-brainer in terms of providing domestically produced fuel, easing the price shocks at the pump. And I think even Congresswoman Craig had mentioned the difference in the price and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And ethanol does provide, it reduces emissions, the infrastructure is there, and it really does need to be, just as a side note, really does need to be part of that discussion as we talk about renewable fuels. And sometimes I think it's forgotten, so I always like to mention that a little bit. But Madam Undersecretary, what do you think is those biofuels' role in reducing the price of gas?
Congresswoman Fishback, thank you so much for that question. And I deeply appreciate your comment that you're focused on how to best solve these challenges. I think rural development is a crucial partner in that, and specifically in supporting biofuels. When it comes to decreasing the cost of the pump, having access to that energy independence is crucial, and certainly we see that when it comes to the production of biofuels, but also in terms of those long-term risks that we were talking about earlier and that you mentioned in terms of reducing emissions. To speak more about how biofuels can contribute both to the affordable component of energy as well as the resiliency, I'll defer to my colleague, Administrator Neal.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. I think, one of the things that's important is for us to think, and the Undersecretary Torres Small mentioned this as well, think on the short-term basis and the long-term basis. And so we're thoughtful about, programs like the Biofuel Producer Program, which is going to make sure that businesses that have been involved in this sector can continue to be productive, can continue to operate and function in the very near term through those payments that will be coming towards in the early summer. In addition, we're investing in those kinds of technologies that make those fuels accessible to consumers and to businesses through programs like the HBIP program, the Higher Blends Infrastructure Incentive Program, making sure that those infrastructure investments are in place. And then again, thinking a little bit even more long-term is thinking about those technologies and what are the kinds of places where we can have a variety of technologies that, for instance, take advantage of a variety of feedstocks to make sure that those fuels, we have options for fuels going forward. So that could include the program like the REAP program or the 9003 program, where again, we're looking at technologies that are commercial technologies but may need to be, may benefit from some additional support to make sure that those projects get off the ground and are successful.
And Dr. Neal, maybe just you mentioned the payments, and I know that you had an exchange with Congressman Davis about the timing of the payments, if they're coming out. And I think you said late spring, and then maybe even in your response to me, you said summer. And I guess maybe if you could explain to me just a little bit about what is the holdup? What is taking so long?
Thank you so much. Just to emphasize that a lot of it has been being responsive to the industry, recognizing that there were pieces of the industry that we needed to learn a little bit more about in order to best support folks who were impacted by COVID-19, and really appreciate that feedback and that dialogue. And go ahead, Administrator Neal, in terms of additional.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. That's exactly right. I mean, when we, as mentioned earlier, we had submitted an amendment to the notice in January to address exactly that kind of feedback. So recognizing, for example, that there were firms that produced ethanol, but they produced it at a loss so that they could meet contracts that they had for other kinds of products like distillers' dried grains, like carbon dioxide, those kinds of things. And we wanted to make sure that those kinds of firms were also eligible for this program. So we made those changes in response to the comments that we got, that kind of feedback. It does take a bit of time to make sure that we go through and evaluate those applications, and that, I don't know whether I call it a holdup. We just want to be diligent and want to make sure that we are responsive and responsible in the administration of this program.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much. And now the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Bustos, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on General Farm Commodities and Risk Management. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I also want to say thank you to our Undersecretary, Torres Small. Great to see you. Also, thank you to Dr. Neal and Mr. McLean for getting together with all of us. Also, I want to say thank you for highlighting the fantastic renewable energy work that's going on in my home state of Illinois. I know you've gotten a lot of comments about E15. I'll just join in real quickly. Don't have a question about it, but want to promote year-round E15. Very, very important to rural America. It's very, very important for a lot of reasons. I know Congressman Feenstra addressed it. Congresswoman Craig addressed it. So just want to add on to show my support for that as well. So let me get into a couple questions here. The president's budget request for 2023 that was just released last week included $300 million for rural electric co-ops, so they can transition from their infrastructure of fossil fuels to more renewables. And I'll start with our Undersecretary, and of course, if Mr. McLean has anything to add, please do. But can you speak to the economic impact that this transition could have on rural America? And also, what sorts of new opportunities would this sort of robust, sustained investment bring about?
Congresswoman Bustos, thank you so much for that question. It's something we've been talking a lot about and are very eager to continue to do this work. As you know, there was a larger proposal in Build Back Better that also has to do with our work with rural electric co-ops and how we can best support them in their work to advance renewable energy. When it comes to this investment, it's really an opportunity to showcase the impact that we can have when it comes to debt restructuring and loan modifications. And so we're excited to dive into that. And to speak a little bit more to that, I'll defer to Administrator McLean.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you as well. I want to highlight, we're very, very proud of the work we're doing in Illinois. Major renewable projects of Prairie State and Dresser, very big solar projects. And I think it's an exciting glimpse of what the future is and what the transition can lead to. But for rural electric cooperatives as consumer-owned businesses, there aren't shareholders or investors to be able to absorb the costs of transition. So the resources proposed in the president's budget and proposed in the reconciliation bill are going to be very valuable, and we're going to put them to work as best we can to be able to facilitate that transition, to be able to address those stranded investment costs that rural electric cooperatives uniquely face, precisely because it is the consumers that are the owners of those business units.
Very good. So let me get back onto this popular topic that you're hearing from the Midwestern members of Congress here on biofuels. So Undersecretary Torres Small, in recent years, the USDA has stood up and implemented the Higher Blends Infrastructure Incentive Program. If you could, can you give us a bit of an overview of how this program was used by applicants and how that compares to USDA's goals for the program? And secondly, in retrospect, are there any changes to the program that the USDA would suggest should the program be continued through the Farm Bill?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Bustos. And to speak to that, not coming from the Midwest, I had to really learn what this infrastructure needed to look like to deliver the higher blends. But it truly is making those higher blends accessible across the United States through the technology, if it's the gas pump that's necessary to deliver it or beyond. So we've learned a lot from previous iterations of HBIP, and that's we're applying some of those tools in this next phase, which will come online in the late spring, the applications will open. And to speak a little bit more about what we've learned, I'll defer to Administrator Neal.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on that. And I think part of what we've learned is through this is now the third iteration of this program that we've had. And one of the things is thinking about how it is administered. It's been administered sort of through the states, and it's been administered nationally. And we've learned what the administrative costs are, frankly, for this program as well, making sure that if there are environmental reviews or other kinds of support that are needed to make sure that the funds are deployed effectively and appropriately, then we want to make sure that we're able to do that. And we've seen from the other iterations of the program what's necessary, and we're preparing to do that with this version of the program currently.
Okay, thank you. Since I've got a minute left, I'm going to try to squeeze in this. Congresswoman Craig talked a little bit about the Renewable Energy for America program that we call REAP. I want to drill down a little bit deeper. We've seen that it can be successful in serving different kinds of agricultural operations in different regions of the country. Mr. McLean, I'm going to address this to you. Are there any changes that you would recommend be made to ensure that the program is accessible and useful for farmers, rural utilities, and small businesses?
Congresswoman, if you don't mind, I'm going to pass that over to Administrator Neal.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
No, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about that. I think, REAP has been a popular and a longstanding program, and we definitely see opportunity for, improvements. I think some of the kinds of things we'd love to have, again, obviously more financial support, because it is a very popular program. We have unfunded grants applications that some of which are very high quality. We'd love to be able to fund and are not able to do so. We had a record year for the guaranteed loan program, so again, there's opportunity there. We also want to make sure that the program is administered well and modernize, increase flexibility and modernize our programs. And so that's, we think there's opportunity in terms of the application process, providing technical support and assistance through our staffing, that again, I think would make a real difference in the availability and the accessibility of this program.
Thank you, Dr. Neal. My time has expired, and I will yield back.
Thank you. And now the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Gamak. You're now recognized for your 5 minutes.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our guests and witnesses for appearing here today. I echo the sentiments of several of my colleagues. Quite frankly, this is a very frustrating exercise because the real issues that are impacting rural America today are not being addressed here in this hearing. And so I have to voice that on behalf of my constituency and my producers, who many are suspending their operations because the cost of fuel has skyrocketed and it's just no longer a viable option under these current circumstances when the price of diesel is over $5 a gallon. $5 a gallon. In fact, it was $5.19 yesterday in my district. When it is that, and we are now having a conversation of renewable energy opportunities in rural America, I think that screams how out of touch Washington, D.C. and this administration is when it comes to the needs and wishes of the constituents that we represent. But I digress. I'm gonna just jump right into a supply chain question, Madam Undersecretary. This isn't our first rodeo with the enormous potential that we're talking about as it relates to renewable energy. But the future that this administration seems intent on foistering on rural America, one that is really dependent on raw materials like copper, nickel, cobalt, lithium, all of which will require increases in production if this administration's version of low carbon future is to come to fruition. So at this time, the lion's share of lithium refining occurs in China, and a significant portion of the world's polysilicon, which is used to make the solar panels. This comes from the region which is under fire for gross human rights violations. Now, China is committing genocide, and this is something that is indisputable. There are numerous reports tying the companies extracting the polysilicon to power this administration's bright, beautiful future to slave labor. Madam Undersecretary, what is your plan to protect rural communities and businesses from being exposed to these risks and evils in what they deem a future energy supply chain? Now, more broadly, what is the administration's plan to increase extraction and refining of these raw materials domestically?
Congresswoman, thank you for your question and for your focus on rural communities, because when it comes to rural development, the work that we do is not the regulation side in terms of mining or in terms of production, but more in terms of incentives. Incentives for communities so they can identify what their opportunities are for energy resilience, what their opportunities are when it comes to affordable energy, as well as their opportunities when it comes to a clean energy future. And so rural development works hand in hand, whether it's with a rural electric co-op on the electricity side, or whether it's a farmer when it comes to REAP or a value-added producer grant, for example. We're focused on responding to those local insights and how we can best support them in those efforts. So to speak a little bit more about the energy, the electricity diversification, I will defer to Administrator McLean.
Well, thank you.
Mr. McLean again, would you turn on your mic?
Apologies, Mr. Chairman.
We all want to hear you. Thank you.
It's critical about building those very industries in the United States, and not only looking for sources of those critical materials, but finding ways to recover them from recyclable materials. And it is an across-government initiative, not highly focused at rural development, but we are aware of supply chain issues and are dealing with them as we roll out investments in rural electric infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
So I only have 35 seconds, so I would love to do a follow-up on that, but I have to get to this second question because, quite frankly, the title of this hearing today is about rural America and renewable energy opportunities in rural America, keywords to me being rural America, which again, I feel this administration is woefully out of touch with. These are folks that their energy sources come from diesel, primarily when you are talking about equipment. What are we doing to make sure that the cost of diesel and biodiesel is a viable option for these operations today?
Yeah, you know, when it comes to diesel, I just left Alaska, where 100% of some places' reliance on energy is produced through diesel generation. And so the importance that we have in terms of making diesel more affordable, but also making other energy opportunities available is crucial. And so we'll continue to work, whether it's through HBIP, whether it's through the 9003 program to advance biodiesel opportunities, or whether it's through the CCC payments of the $700 million, we will continue to look to partner with you to make those more accessible.
I appreciate that. Kneel back. Thank you.
Thank you. And Clerk, may I check with you to make sure? I think we're all clear. There are no more testimonies from members. And so, thank you. I want to just thank you, Undersecretary Torres Smalls. What an informative, articulate, knowledgeable, and very helpful testimony that each of you have given, and I want to thank you. I want to thank also your Administrator Neal. Excellent. Thank you for your testimony. And Administrator McLean, thank you for your testimony. And I want to thank my wonderful members. As you can see, the depth of the questions that they have asked of you and your help let you know that number one on this committee, one of our major objectives is to make sure we take care of rural America. I'm so proud that our committee has launched now. We've taken a bold step in getting, I think now it's $68 billion in tow to finally bring rural broadband to America. I'm proud of our committee work. And as we move forward with our Farm Bill, your information has been so helpful in helping us to make sure we put together a great Farm Bill and that the interests and the challenges that we face with rural America are inclusive in our 2023 Farm Bill. And so, Undersecretary, again, thank you. And now that you have concluded all of our questions in such an excellent way, we want to excuse you. But please, we have another panel. Don't go far. We will bring our second panel on in 5 minutes. And in order to allow you all to exit and have our other panel come in, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. And we will be right back with our second panel. Thank you, everyone. Okay. For a sound check, I'm going to count down for our sound engineer. Why not we start with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I did that correctly, counting backwards. Sound check, okay, engineer? Are we ready? All right. This committee will now come to order. Our first witness for our second panel today is Mr. Andy Olson, who is a senior policy advocate for the Environmental Law and Policy Center. Our second witness today is Mr. Bill Scherer, who is the Executive Vice President and Chief Executive Officer of the Central Iowa Power Cooperative, testifying on behalf of the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association. And our third witness today is Dr. Patrick Gruber, who is the Chief Executive Officer of GIVA Incorporated. And our fourth and final witness today is Mr. Jay McKenna, who is the Chief Executive Officer of NACERO. And I hope I got everything reasonably corrected and pronounced appropriately. So let us begin, Mr. Olson. When you are ready, you can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson, and members of the committee. I am Andy Olson, a senior policy advocate with the Environmental Law and Policy Center, or ELPC. Thank you for inviting me to testify today. ELPC has been involved in the Rural Energy for America program since 2002, working with farm and energy groups around the country. ELPC is a member of the Ag Energy Coalition, which leads with us in supporting REAP and other energy title programs. We've learned a few lessons along the way. REAP has always enjoyed bipartisan support, perhaps because it serves every agricultural sector and has reached every state. REAP helps lower costs and generate new farm income. And REAP is popular. Demand for grants and loan guarantees exceeded funding by an average 4.5 times over the past 10 years. Over 20,000 REAP awards have been made on a competitive basis since 2003. Since 2014, REAP leveraged over $7 billion in private investment. REAP benefits the nation with more clean energy, stronger rural economies, and a healthier environment. Farmers and ranchers and rural small businesses of all types use REAP to harvest the wind and the sun to power their operations. They use energy efficiency to cut energy costs and waste. Biomass energy is also included in REAP, as well as hydropower. Rural electric cooperatives use REAP in their own facilities, as well as their members' facilities. Rural grocers use REAP to stay in business with better refrigeration, lighting, and other technologies that serves the whole community. However, significant changes are needed to update REAP to help the country face present challenges, which we call REAP 3.0. The 2023 Farm Bill should strengthen REAP to help decarbonize energy sources and electrify energy usage. Reducing climate risks and increasing climate resilience increases our national security, especially among food producers. Climate risks are grave, but we can confront this clear and present danger. American farm groups recognize the threat of climate change and the need to act. Climate change is already a market factor as commodity buyers seek a lower carbon footprint, and REAP helps farmers deliver. REAP provides U.S. agriculture the means to respond to climate disruption while also taking part in the clean energy economy. To build on success, we recommend strengthening the Energy Audit and Renewable Energy Development Assistance Program within REAP. We've seen over and over that outreach and education efforts result in more projects. For example, the Mississippi and Iowa Farm Bureaus led effective REAP education and assistance programs that helped poultry growers, corn and bean growers, and many others to cut energy waste and cost. In Nebraska, outreach efforts resulted in hundreds of irrigation efficiency improvements that replaced diesel motors with efficient electric motors and often improve water efficiency to boot. REAP can contribute to the congressional goals of retaining and recruiting young people in farming, as well as doing right by historically underserved producers. REAP 3.0 proposes adding 25% to the cost share for these agricultural producers. To improve access, REAP should be further simplified and include a streamlined rebate option for pre-approved technologies such as energy efficiency and smaller scale renewables. Raising the threshold of the lowest tier in the 3-tier application system would include more producers. To build on REAP's success, significantly increased funding is needed because now existing funds are spread thinly across the country. With additional funding, REAP can help agriculture and rural communities to adopt more climate solutions. We encourage Congress to substantially increase REAP mandatory funding to accelerate clean energy and energy efficiency investments across rural America. Consumers, including farmers, need reliable energy information on equipment to make informed choices. A Farm Energy Star program based on the EPA's Energy Star would provide performance data and standards and drive technology improvements by product manufacturers. We recommend creating a reserve fund for underutilized renewable energy technologies in REAP to support a full range of clean energy options. ELPC appreciates the bills that would strengthen and update REAP, led by Representatives Pingree and Spanberger. With the adjustments described above and others, Congress can provide a major upgrade to REAP 3.0 to serve many national purposes with one program. My written testimony provides more detail and also mentions opportunities to improve other energy title programs. Importantly, America has the talent and the resources to overcome the many daunting challenges we now face. Now more than ever, we need the American can-do spirit and to work together for the future of our country and people and ensure that rural America can play a leading role. We can do this. Thank you.
Thank you. And now our second witness today is Mr. Bill Sherrier, who is the Executive Vice President and Chief Executive Officer of the Central Iowa Power Cooperative, testifying on behalf of the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association. Mr. Sherrier, please begin when you're ready.
Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. On behalf of Central Iowa Power Cooperative, we sincerely appreciate the committee's interest in rural energy issues. CIPCO is a generation and transmission electric cooperative in its 76th year of service, providing electricity to member cooperative systems across Iowa. As a not-for-profit electric provider, CIPCO is committed to maintaining a system that provides safe, reliable, and affordable energy. I have three main themes in my testimony today. First, rural utility service loans are critical for affordable, reliable power to rural America and will be an important financing tool to help us maintain these changing demands. The ongoing energy transition must be inclusive of all energy sources, both clean renewable technologies and traditional baseload power sources that provide reliability. Incentives to support this transition should be accessible to all electric utilities. Third, the USDA is a key partner for our not-for-profit electric cooperatives to serve our communities and provide benefits well beyond electrification. Going back to the RUS, CIPCO and electric cooperatives rely on RUS for loans and capital. They fund our major system investments, generation, and technology. While we have all refinanced and mortgaged loans at some point in our lives, RUS loans cannot be refinanced. Significantly higher interest rates make it challenging for co-ops to reinvest in the system and keep rates affordable. Only Congress can change the situation, and there is a bipartisan support for passage of H.R. 2244, the Flexible Financing for Rural America Act. This allows our U.S. electric loans to be refinanced without penalty. This essential step allows co-ops to focus on long-term stability, rates, and reinvestment in their communities. Secondly, SIPCO's diverse generation portfolio consists of wind, solar, hydro, landfill gas, natural gas, coal, and market purchases. Our portfolio has evolved significantly, with wind energy growing from 4% in 2010 to 30% in 2021, and coal dropping from 58% to 29% during that same period. SIPCO is also investing in solar energy. Just recently, we had the Wapello solar site for 100 megawatts commissioned, which supplies energy to 18,000 homes and businesses. And Independence Wind for 54 megawatts was also commissioned. Those were both done in 2021. Intermittent resources such as wind and solar must continue to be complemented and supported by always available resources like coal and natural gas. System reliability depends on the ability to blend intermittent resources like wind and solar with firm, flexible, and dispatchable electric capacity. Unfortunately, the federal tax credit structure prevents not-for-profit electric cooperatives like SIPCO from taking advantage of the tax benefit to directly build and own wind and solar generation assets. The direct pay incentives would level the playing field for all the electric providers, allowing equal access to a diverse power supply mix. We would much see and have much more reliable participation among electric cooperatives with direct pay incentives. Finally, electric cooperatives were built by and belong to the communities that they serve. Through USDA's Rural Development and Loan Grant Program, SIPCO works with local businesses and community groups to create jobs in rural areas. In 2020, SIPCO secured $8.7 million in 10 loans and grants to support the development and expansion of local Iowa businesses and services, including small businesses in industrial, professional services, and healthcare fields. SIPCO is dedicated to delivering 24/7 energy that is affordable and reliable. And it's to our Iowa households, businesses, farms, and communities. Nearly 900 electric cooperatives across the country have similar community-focused missions for the areas that they serve. As this committee considers reauthorizing the Farm Bill, we look forward to continuing to work with you toward a shared goal of improving life in rural America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sherrier. And now our third witness today is Dr. Patrick Gruber, who is the Chief Executive Officer of GEVA Incorporated. Dr. Gruber, will you begin when you are ready?
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Thompson and all the members of this committee for the opportunity to provide testimony about renewable energy. GEVO is in the midst of commercializing drop-in hydrocarbon fuels. It's the next generation jet fuel, gasoline, and diesel fuel. Net zero hydrocarbon drop-in fuels are what the marketplace is interested in, and so that's what we're all about. Now, in order to achieve net zero fuels and chemicals, you need to do two things. One is replace the carbon by which that fuel is made, and then replace the fossil-based energy that is used in the production process. Now, here's a concrete example. We're in the midst of designing our first world-scale net zero fuel plant up in Lake Preston, South Dakota. We call it Net Zero 1. It's expected to be operational in 2025. The total projected financed installed cost is expected to be about $900 million. It'll take in about 35 million bushels per year of climate-smart corn. This is the low-till, no-till corn. It'll produce about 430 million pounds of protein and feed products. It's a very large amount. 30 million pounds of oil, and 50 million gallons of net zero jet fuel, 10 million gallons of gasoline and diesel fuel will all be products from this plant. Now, we're doing something unusual up there. We want a net zero footprint. We don't want to use the grid electricity and natural gas if we can avoid it. Consequently, we're designing Net Zero 1 to be off the grid. We are planning on building a 60-megawatt wind farm and an on-site water treatment anaerobic digestion plant that produces enough biogas to offset the need for fossil-based natural gas. We'll also make green hydrogen. Lake Preston's future is going to be that it's a green energy hub. The lessons we're learning up at our net zero designs apply to other existing ethanol plants. If we can decarbonize their energy, we can add jet fuel and hydrocarbon production to those facilities as well. It's fundamentally about renewable energy and displacing fossil-based energy and natural gas. We believe that we can achieve a net zero footprint because we use the Argonne-GREET model to measure life cycle emissions. Now, GREET is special because it takes into account the whole of the life cycle, all the way from capturing the CO2 through growing practices and land use and energy used in production and the burning of fuels. We can get to a net zero or even negative carbon footprint for these fuels, and that's measured at the tailpipe of a jet engine, which is amazing. We could drive the CI score down further if we use carbon capture and geological sequestration techniques, or get this, simply by using no-till corn. It would drive the footprint to be -30 across the whole of the life cycle, even after the fuel is burned, if we had used renewable energy in production along the way. Now, climate-smart agriculture, it makes a lot of sense. At GEVO, we intend to set up a business system that financially rewards farmers for using more sustainable ag practices. We think farmers should be paid for their corn and then be rewarded for the benefit they're providing all of us in capturing carbon or improving sustainability in their production processes. We had a press release about that today, working with Farmers Edge, talking about how to use that data. It's available. We're going to figure out a way to monetize it and pay farmers for doing a good job. Because we get paid by lowering carbon scores, improving the carbon emissions, eliminating fossil-based carbon, and there's lots of carbon accounting models used around the world. We need to use the best. That's the Argonne-GREET model. It's the gold standard. It's the foundation for others. It has the most current scientific data. It's the most complete model. There's a model in Europe called EURED2. It's the standard model. It follows the GREET model closely. So does Canada's model. The California model uses GREET, but they simplified the agricultural inputs with averages for crops. Now, the RFS model follows GREET, kind of the way California does, but it hasn't been updated in roughly 15 years or so. There's a new model on the horizon called CORSIA. It's partially developed international model, but it's an outlier. It doesn't allow for sequestration, nor does it take into account better land management practices or better agricultural practices. Now, since Argonne-GREET is the foundational model for all the other models used around the world, we'd like to see it used in policy here in the U.S. We'd like to see improvements in the data for it, and USDA has a large role to play in making that happen down to the field level. The USDA and farmers have done a terrific job of helping to improve agriculture and rural economies over the last 30 years. As I go around the world and talk about biofuels, I wish the rest of the world understood this. They don't. It's not food versus fuel. We can do both if we do this correctly and pay attention to it and count things accurately and just be transparent in the data. That's what we want to do. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Dr. Gruber. And now our fourth and final witness today is Mr. Jay McKenna, who is the Chief Executive Officer of NACERO. Mr. McKenna, please begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. There we go. Thank you, Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson, and members of the committee for holding this important hearing. My name is Jay McKenna, and I am the co-founder, CEO, and president of NACERO, a Houston-based company that is developing large-scale facilities to make affordable, low, and net zero life cycle carbon footprint gasoline from 100% domestic natural gas and renewable natural gas. NACERO will be the affordable climate solution for everyday drivers. Our gasoline will be retail-ready, ethanol blend compliant, and usable in today's cars and trucks without modification. We will make it possible for everyday American drivers to economically reduce greenhouse gas emissions and strengthen American energy independence without having to change their behavior, buy a new car or truck, or pay more at the pump. Now, I want to emphasize this point. NACERO's fuels will drop directly into America's pipes, pumps, cars, and trucks without any modification. For a little bit of context, Americans drive about 3.2 trillion miles per year. 3.2 trillion miles a year. This is equivalent to 500 round trips between the Earth and Pluto. The Earth and Pluto. That represents 1/2 of an entire light year that we Americans drive annually. Now, we do it in vehicles that stay on the road for an average of 12 years or more, likely longer now given our path to a longer economic recovery post-COVID and a lot of the problems facing everyday Americans today. As long as these vehicles stay on the road, we need to do everything we can to make a better fuel with a lower life cycle carbon footprint. We at Nacero are building multiple large-scale modern manufacturing facilities that will use proven technology that incorporate carbon capture and run on 100% renewable sourced power. Our gasoline made from natural gas will have half the life cycle Scope 1, 2, and 3 footprint versus traditional crude oil refining to make everyday gasoline. By incorporating renewable natural gas into our process, we can take that life cycle carbon footprint all the way down to net zero, because capturing fugitive emissions is 80 times more potent from a greenhouse gas perspective over 20 years than normal combustion activities that produce CO2. The first of these facilities, a shovel-ready plant located outside of Odessa, Texas, will have the capacity to produce 1.4 billion gallons per year of this low and net zero carbon footprint gasoline, which is about the amount able to serve 4.5 million everyday Americans. It'll support thousands of construction and operating jobs and generate $25 billion for the local, regional, and state community. This plant alone will displace the need for us to import around 200,000 barrels a day of crude oil. Interestingly, equivalent to the amount that the U.S., prior to the invasion of Ukraine, imported from Russia. This plant in West Texas alone will displace the need for that amount of imports. We plan to break ground later this year and look forward to building additional facilities across Texas, Pennsylvania, and the rest of the United States. America's farming community has much to gain with Nacero. We plan to be a major new consumer of renewable natural gas from dairy, swine, poultry, food waste, and landfill gas projects, materially growing demand for these critical resources. We forecast that each of our manufacturing plants would enable 100 new RNG anaerobic digester projects to be built, stimulating billions of dollars of additional new capital investment, creating thousands of jobs in rural America, but most importantly, generating substantial and recurring new income streams for the farming community. This is not a pie in the sky. The technology is proven, the market is there, and consumers are interested in low-carbon solutions. With Nacero, everyday drivers, especially those in farming communities in rural America, could play a critical role in making real climate progress while in parallel ushering a new era of domestic energy security. Now more than ever, we need large-scale solutions that can help reduce prices at the pump while in parallel allowing us to achieve our climate goals. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the committee today and look forward to answering your questions.
Thank each of you very much. I tell you, we are certainly fortunate to have the wealth of knowledge that you all have expressed just in your opening statements here. And our members, several of whom are online, they will be coming and going, but we're all very thankful that you all are here. And just from your opening statements, you all have certainly exposed how magnificently great this issue is. And we welcome you. We will recognize members in order of seniority and alternating between Democrats and Republicans. And each will be recognized for 5 minutes in order for us to get all of our questions in. And your lights will line up with a yellow light when you have 60 seconds to go. And I can't thank you enough. And just from what you've just shared with us, lets us know how opportunistic this is, but also how challenging and complex this issue is. And we on this House Agriculture Committee are quite capable of rising to the occasion to make sure that the information that you're bringing to us is incorporated into our 2023 Farm Bill. This is an historic time because we're crossing so many divides and moving into so many new frontiers, none more so than in our energy and how we're going to protect our planet. So members, please keep your microphones muted so we can expedite our time and minimize any of the noise. I now recognize myself for the first 5 minutes, and I tell you, I don't know where to start. But I think I will start with you, Mr. Gruber, because I represent in my area the world's busiest airport. And I want to just ask you a couple of questions. And in terms of the investment in sustainable aviation fuel manufacturing that your company now, Gevo, is developing. Can you tell me about that? And the nation wants to know, and certainly my airport, which is the world's busiest, would like to just hear from you to discuss the novelty of this project and what factors have been a primary consideration in developing the plans for this project, and what has to happen to make sure that this project is in operation as planned by 2025. I think that's your deadline. So can you share with us this extraordinary opportunity, please?
Thank you for the question. You know, we love Delta Airlines.
Yeah, I do too. I do too.
And they are one of the leading companies. They actually walk the talk. And I'm really proud to work with them. We have an offtake contract for them for 75 million gallons per year of sustainable aviation fuel. It's a take-or-pay kind of contract. That means that they are helping us with financing indirectly, and that they're promising to buy the product if we make it. That allows us to go get commercial financing. And then we have to turn up with the equity, which I think we already have on our balance sheet. So that is a great case. And I think that others in that alliance will also sign up. We have many other deals with other airlines as well. We love the forward thinking of that airline, and aviation fuel is one of these things that I think everybody understands that when you're doing it with jet fuel, it's got to work in it's drop-in, works with every engine, every plane, no mistakes, it's super certified, and all the rest. The way that we make these fuels and what we think about is that we want it to be scalable. How do you make something large soon? We like carbohydrates as a feedstock. Now, carbohydrates obviously can be, they're the part, when we grow stuff, it's the part that adds to calories. It's not nutrition. So corn is nice because you can separate the protein from the carbohydrates. The protein is all about nutrition, and oil, that goes to the food market. You take the things that would make us fat, we use them instead to make jet fuel. There's other technologies that the USDA has funded and worked on which allow additional feedstocks, carbohydrate-based feedstocks in the future. The technique is to take the carbohydrates, make an alcohol out of them, take the alcohol and turn it into jet fuel. That means that every ethanol plant, in theory, could go ahead and make jet fuel if we added on that unit of operations. Trick is, and this is where it's really important, got to decarbonize the energy and lower the footprint. All of us in industry have the same problem fundamentally in that we have to take grid electricity, grid natural gas. We need more biogas. We need renewable electricity for everybody. and that drives the footprint down and makes things more scalable.
Now, you're saying this will come on in 2 years, just 2 years from now. Are you on track to do that?
We are on track to do that. So by 2025, we should be producing, and then it's a question of how we scale up further and who we work with. We have oversold multiple plants already, and so it's all about getting them all financed and built. And the thing is, it's like every time you see us appear with somebody, you know there's going to be either renewable energy around us being deployed in rural America or sequestration. And so it's pretty darn interesting of what it means, because think about it. We're putting up a big wind farm, big biogas plants. We have an RNG facility we built, and we're going to make green hydrogen. And this is the mayor of Lake Preston said to me, Pat, would you guys consider putting up EV stations? Because then people can drive those Teslas up here, and we can have a hotel business. He's right. Wow. We can do things like that.
Well, that's phenomenal. Mr. Sherrier, you may have heard Undersecretary, I don't know if you were here, when Undersecretary Terry Small commented on electric vehicles. And our House Agriculture Committee had a hearing on that recently, where we heard from energy providers and car dealers, convenience stores, and renewable fuel providers, among others, to get their take on the EV infrastructure needs in rural America. And I'd like to know if your cooperative has considered making investments in electric vehicles in the infrastructure, and has there been interest in making these investments from rural communities in your area, state officials or otherwise?
Representatives, we do make investments in the electric infrastructure and have promoted electric vehicles. We do own some electric vehicles. Excuse me, I
have
my
mic
mic
on?
off, apologize.
Oh, yeah. Good.
We do support and promote electric vehicle infrastructure. We do own electric vehicles ourselves to really understand them and how they operate. We have supported quite a few electric vehicle charging stations. Our members have programs so that their consumer members can actually install them at home. Our understanding is roughly 90% of charging will be done at the home, and we have programs that directly influence that, but we also have commercial chargers that are available for fast charging. So it's extremely important to allow electric vehicle use.
And you know, that's so important. Right outside, next to my district in Georgia, we have a new electric vehicle plant going into operation. I think it's Rivian, right. And so that's one of the reasons why I wanted to have this electric vehicle hearing, because it's going to make a profound impact. And now, just before I go to Mr. Scott, and I know I'm over time a bit, but may I ask, Mr. McKenna, you raised a very important point there. You said, I believe, 3.2 trillion miles a year. What does that say about? What are the pros and the cons? What is the negative or positive impact? I mean, 3.2 trillion miles per year of automobiles just in our country.
Correct. Correct, Mr. Chairman. Yes, just in America. At Nacero, the way that we really internalize that is that we have to be thinking about all of the above solutions. That is such an enormous amount of challenge, but also opportunity. Electric vehicles, biofuels, many different types of low-carbon solutions all have to happen in parallel. One of the things that's really critical to us in thinking about addressing such a large challenge is affordability. I think today in this hearing, obviously this topic will come up. I think we're all seeing and feeling the pain at the pump right now. But affordability is critical to making a large-scale impact. And so in order to tackle the $3.2 trillion and decarbonize that entire sector, industry, lifestyle, it really has to be all of the above solutions.
Wow, this is very profound. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Austin Scott, I apologize for taking a little more time, but as you can see, this is some very profound information coming to us. And as we are developing our energy policies for this Farm Bill, this is one of the most challenging areas that we've got to make sure we get it right. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Austin Scott, is now recognized for his 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chair, I've got a couple of quick questions for you. You mentioned your frustration with the loan approval backlog at the USDA. Could you talk about that issue a little bit, and what are the consequences of delays in loan approvals for electric cooperatives?
So as I understand your question, you want to know about the USD Red Leg program?
The backlog, yes.
Oh, okay. So the RUS backlog that we've been experiencing. I can tell you last year it was an issue. We were working hard to get some very large loans approved through the RUS. We did work closely with the RUS, and I can tell you that with the additional staff that they've hired, they've greatly expedited and reduced their backlog quite a bit. I can also tell you we just recently received $70 million from the RUS this last month in completing the large loan that we were trying to get accomplished. So we appreciate the efforts and applaud the efforts of RUS, and we also encourage them to continue to work on that to facilitate the new loans coming up and requests that they have.
Okay, one of the other things that you mentioned on the loans is the ability to refinance legacy higher interest rate loans without penalty, and the flexibility to do this. What are the reasons that they are giving you for not allowing you to refinance, and any additional thoughts on that?
I guess I have not heard an abundance of reasons why that's not allowed, but I can tell you that investor-owned utilities in the corporate world have the ability to consistently do that. Public power utilities with their public debt have the ability to consistently refinance and have been able to reduce their costs of service as a result. We appreciate the ability to work with the RUS, but that has been a barrier, but it also requires an act of Congress to get that changed. So I've not heard anything specifically that it shouldn't happen, and we've received a lot of support for implementing that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Olson, the Environmental Law and Policy Center, I know that you advocate for renewable energy projects. One of the issues that we're facing, and we had this discussion earlier this morning, is the technology that we need, the raw materials that we need to manufacture the batteries and other things that are necessary for a shift require a tremendous number of rare earth minerals. And one of our concerns is the dependency on foreign suppliers of rare earth and critical minerals. It's my understanding that y'all are partnered in some cases with organizations that are working to restrict mining of copper and other rare earth minerals. And I'd just like to give you the opportunity to speak about that. And we need these minerals, and we don't want to be dependent on China or other countries that are adversaries for these minerals. So how do we obtain these minerals if we're not able to mine for them inside the United States?
Thank you, Congressman Scott, for raising that question. First, I want to clarify that, to my awareness, I'm trying to think, ELPC, Environmental Law and Policy Center, has not opposed mining projects in my memory. I've been there about 19 years now. So there's that. But you do raise a point. The transition to clean, renewable energy will require a lot of different resources that we'll have to, find on the marketplace. And there's a lot of concern about some of the providers in China and some of the working conditions there that people face. And I'm very happy to hear that many of the solar and battery companies, when they learn that their providers engage in unfair or exploitative labor practices, that they back out of those arrangements and find better ones. So that's great. And also, it's important for us all to keep in mind that, one of the best resources that we have is our technological know-how in this country. And we do have, the current battery technology that's in the market today is lithium-ion batteries, but there's a lot of development underway, concerted effort to come up with other different batteries technologies as well that would have less need for some of those rare earth minerals that you speak to.
Joel, so my time has expired. I was told, and I apologize if I'm not correct, that y'all were objecting to some mining that was going on in Michigan. I again just want to say, when we talk about the environment, we're talking about the environment as a whole. I do not believe that cutting down forest lands to put up solar panels is a good return on investment for the environment. With that said, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the witnesses and I yield.
Was there someone who wanted to comment to that? Dr. Olson, was that you?
Oh, yes, I just want to say in his last point about cutting down forests to put up solar farms, that he makes a good point, that especially in terms of, the carbon balance in the atmosphere, that's very problematic approach to siting solar farms. And, we ask developers not to do that. And, our forests are great mechanisms for trapping carbon and storing it, especially the older trees and stands, and we need to protect those. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Very good point there. I agree with you. Now the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Conservation and Forestry, is now recognized for 5 minutes. Is something wrong with her mic?
She just flipped off the platform, so go to Ms. Schreier.
All right. Technical adjustment for Ms. Spanberger. We'll get back to her. Let us go then to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses as well. Earlier this morning, I asked and talked a little bit about the Rural Energy for America program, the REAP program, and I'd like to continue the discussion around improving access to that program. As this committee has started to review the 2018 Farm Bill with an eye toward improvements that can be made next year, one of the topics that I have heard about is the complexity of applications and the need to improve access to USDA programs by streamlining these processes and these applications. And I hear that from farmers. I also hear that from conservation districts who often are charged with helping with these applications. Mr. Olson, regarding the fundamental importance of involving agriculture and rural communities in addressing the climate crisis, I co-chair the SEEK Climate and Agriculture Task Force, along with my friend and colleague, Representative Shelley Pingree. I am also a co-sponsor of Representative Pingree's Agriculture Resilience Act, which creates opportunities to directly enable agriculture to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and sequester and prepare for increasingly challenging weather conditions. And one of the provisions in that bill is focused on improving and expanding the REAP program through streamlining and increased funding. It specifically authorizes and directs USDA to develop pre-approval techniques for technologies and products that have already been demonstrated to work and then could be pre-approved. And I'm curious what you think about this pre-approval or pre-approved products list and streamlined application idea.
Thank you, Representative Schreier. Those are great points, and thank you for your work on the Agricultural Resilience Act and the SEEK committee that you mentioned. You make great points that we need to continue to streamline the REAP program. The USDA has made progress in this over the years, but there's more progress yet to do. they need to strike a balance between the sound stewardship of public funds as well as, making the program simple to access for farmers and rural small businesses. And by having a pre-approved list of technologies, as you described, that allows simplification in a lot of ways. So what we have seen in the States for some of the clean energy programs is that they have a rebate program for certain technologies that they've already vetted and that, they qualify and they're sound technologies. And then they're able to do a rebate for them that dramatically reduces the complexity of the program. We think that there's a role for that in REAP, and that would be a really good way to go. In the 2014 Farm Bill, the REAP program was given a 3-tier application system, with the lowest tier being for the smaller dollar amount grants, and those would have the least complexity, and then the second tier, then the third tier. It's now 2022, and we suggest moving the threshold up for the lowest tier so that more producers can fit into that lower complexity application system.
I think that's a great idea, and it opens this up to more of the small family farms that we are looking to support and bring into these programs. And I love the idea of having pre-approved techniques, technologies. We have a program called Sustainable Farms and Fields in Washington State that essentially compensates farmers for practices that are known to sequester carbon. And this seems like the same kind of thing where you reward or support or approve the technology and could streamline the process. So thank you for your attention to this. I appreciate your input, and I yield back.
Thank you. And now the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Finstra, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great to have you all here today, and I heard your testimony. My district happens to be the home to more ethanol and biodiesel plants than anybody in the country. I have the largest congressional district with the most ethanol and biodiesel plants, which is really exciting. So we're looking at a lot of different things to go zero carbon emissions. And the development of carbon sequestration is one of those projects that is on the radar for us, and several pipelines coming through Iowa. Dr. Gruber, what does carbon capture and storage mean for the broader bioeconomy and the competitiveness of our nation's farmers and biorefineries under this new carbon-focused marketplace that we are living in?
Thank you for the question. Carbon sequestration has tremendous potential. The idea of it is you capture CO2 and you geologically sequester it. That's one way of doing it. Decatur, Illinois, where ADM is, has, they've been operating a site for over 10 years, and the technique works really well. And so it's worth about, in carbon score terms, 30 to 35 carbon points. So that means if an ethanol plant was in the 70s, now they're in the 40s for their overall footprint. It's a big deal for them. And so it's a worthy thing. It needs to be developed over time. We believe it has potential. We want to see it available to as many people as possible because the greenhouse gas problem is really big. All solutions are required. This is a practical one. And it is valuable in the marketplace. People want the lower carbon fuels. So it has tremendous potential. It does require pipelines. It does require really good work around the geological sequestration and all the rest.
Yeah, I really look forward to for our ag producers because I think they can directly benefit from this. It just gives them another added value to that output. Mr. Chair, thank you for being here today. It's so nice and always good to see an Iowan here. It's great that you could come. You mentioned in your testimony that electric cooperatives have experienced longer wait times for RUS work order approvals for recent projects. Can you walk us through what kind of impact this has on cooperatives' ability to plan for the future? Also, how does it impact your member owners at the end of the line?
So the financing delays that we experienced in the last year through the RUS caused us to borrow from other sources at a higher rate in the meantime. By having that delay, it increases our project costs. It could actually potentially delay project costs or projects if there are no other sources other than the RUS to borrow from. So those delays can be very costly. But again, we have seen RUS working towards improving that, and we've seen some improvement in that process in the last year. but I think more work needs to be done yet.
Yep. And the same with that, given the cooperatives are not able to benefit from renewable energy tax credits, I've talked to you about this earlier, how would SIPCO benefit from direct pay incentives that would result that, and what results would Congress expect to see if we would create such incentives for electric cooperatives?
Well, currently the only effective way to do renewable projects is to actually monetize the tax credits. So we have to do that through a third-party developer. So we can't own the farm, wind farm or solar directly. It has to be done through a development group that would own and operate the plant. By having these direct credits, we can actually invest in them ourselves. We can better plan for it, we can own it, we can reduce the cost of it, and we can lower the risk of the project itself. So we will, as a result of that, we will see not just lower costs for the cooperatives, but we'll see a lot more development among the cooperatives with renewables.
Yeah, I just think it's a no-brainer. I mean, just thinking about the co-ops, and we have quite a few in Iowa, I mean, this gives them great incentive to go down these paths. So, Mr. Olson, in your testimony, you discuss the benefits of REAP program. However, it's my understanding that the blender pumps do not currently qualify for this program. Can you please share your insights on why this is?
Sure. Okay, I'd be happy to. Thank you. Yes, blender pumps were included for a time in the REAP program about 10 years ago, and they weren't actually explicitly included in the legislation because they actually convey the renewable energy, they don't produce it. And REAP is for renewable energy systems that produce renewable energy. And so as a result of that, that effort by the USDA, they've now developed other blender pump programs, I understand. I took my eye off that ball when I got out of REAP. And I understand that they're moving forward with that. So, you know, what also happened as a result of that was fuel dispensing of all types was taken out of REAP, including for RNG and for EVs as well.
Yep, yep. Well, I thank you for those comments. And each one of you, thank you so much for being here. It's very important that we get to hear this information. And I'm very grateful. I just look out to the future, especially in the Midwest and Iowa. We have a lot of great things to offer energy independence in our area. Thanks again.
Yes. You're absolutely right, Mr. Fenstra. This is a vitally important hearing. And now the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Conservation and Forestry, is recognized now for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this hearing, and I apologize that I had some technical difficulties when you first called on me. Mr. Olson, Mr. Charrier, thank you so much for being here today. And I ideally have questions for both of you, but I'd like to start with Mr. Charrier. Sir, in your testimony, you mentioned the need for federal financial support and technical expertise for EV charging infrastructure in rural communities. Can you further elaborate on why we must ensure the USDA and the federal government are specifically focused on rural deployment of EV charging infrastructure? And what risks do you see that we might encounter if the grids in our rural communities don't receive the federal investment that would make those rural EV charging stations fully deployed or accessible?
Well, first of all, what we're going to be seeing, what we believe we'll see in rural America is it lagging behind the urban areas in electric vehicle deployment. So anything we can work and do through rural development is absolutely critical. The electric vehicle infrastructure is going to be very important. We're going to want to encourage electric vehicles as they're available, but being able to have homes, farms pre-wired for it in advance of that, making it simpler and easier to do is actually critical to the deployment of electric vehicles, because when somebody purchases a vehicle, the first thing they're doing is looking for a charging station. They don't know where to turn or what to do, and it dramatically increases the expense of the vehicle to put that kind of infrastructure in there. And then the type of charger, how fast they need it to charge, is going to be critical.
And you talked about the fact that this is overall, just really important. But, I introduced the Electric Vehicle Charging Infrastructure for Farmers Act alongside my colleague, Republican member, Congressman Rice from South Carolina. And the bill would expand REAP to include electric vehicle charging infrastructure as an eligible expense under the program. Now, certainly I'm an advocate for additional funding to REAP overall. But I do think that a failure to address these basic infrastructure needs for charging in rural communities really will lead towards a future where communities will be left behind. When we talk about sort of any level of infrastructure, be it broadband connectivity, previously electricity, previously kind of running water. Could you just comment a little bit about sort of what this means economically if we put ourselves on a path towards this potential divide, assuming you agree with the pretense that we're looking at creating a divide if we don't make these investments?
Well, anything we can do to accelerate the adoption of electric vehicles like that, to encourage the chargers out there, I think is absolutely critical. The charger programs have worked effectively. We've been rebating on those programs for quite a few years now and have some uptake, but not a lot of uptake yet. It's still.
And what's the benefit, if there is one, to a rural community to having this sort of uptake into the future?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Sure. And what would be the potential benefit to a rural community of having this uptake in the future of this technology?
I think you're going to see a lot more from changing out the transportation infrastructure in the rural communities to economic development in the rural communities. You're going to have a lot more growth in rural areas when you have that kind of infrastructure available and being encouraged by Congress.
Thank you. And Mr. Olson, in the time I have left, I certainly want to thank you and the Environmental Law and Policy Center for your support of the REAP Improvement Act, another piece of legislation focused on the REAP that I've worked on. As you noted, REAP is a program focused on making our rural communities more energy independent, resilient, efficient, all while reducing the cost to consumers. And you called for dramatically increasing the size of the REAP's budget moving forward and reducing some of the cost shares for applicants. Could you just elaborate on how expanding funding for REAP would benefit rural communities and farmers?
Yes, thank you very much, Representative Spanberger. The answer to your question is multifaceted. REAP currently, as administered by the USDA, they do an allocation every year of the funds, and they make sure every state has an allocation of funding. And that's a very fair approach, and it kind of grew out of the history of some states grabbing the lion's share of the program in the past. But the result of that is that the funds wind up getting spread very thinly across the country. And so some of the larger projects cannot be accommodated within REAP anymore as they used to be. And so that's a concern. And also there are many other uses, as you have brought up, potentially for REAP, and many others have brought up, where it can help with the energy transition our country needs to undertake. And REAP, as it serves every state, and it can serve every agricultural sector, it's got tremendous potential right now to help agriculture and rural America to be at the table in this clean energy transmission and to have a role in the clean energy economy. But it's like that line from The Right Stuff, no bucks, no Buck Rogers. And what goes into the program goes out in terms of education and outreach and also funding. And we need that funding, we need that commitment of very significant funding to help the country deal with the challenges we face.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the extra time. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Spanberger. And now the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, is recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the time once again here. Let me pose a question, Mr. Charrier. You mentioned the importance of preserving baseload generation capacity, which I wholeheartedly agree with. Baseload, reliable 24/7 power is pretty much invaluable. California, we have a lot of hydroelectric dams that have been a very long time a reliable source of 24/7 baseload power. Now, even with the situation as good as they are, when you have a drought situation, you can have not the water to be able to turn the turbine. So we had that happen on one large dam last year, Oroville Dam, finally for the first time ever. So that is a factor. But how is baseload electricity capacity different when you look at renewable resources in general? When you look at baseload being able to be pretty much reliable 24/7 versus a lot of other so-called renewable.
Well, I'd say the base load or fossil resource is absolutely critical to our operations. We have experienced times where renewables have not been available. We just recently in 2020 had the Winter Storm Uri, the polar vortex, where we were hitting temperatures below 20 degrees at which the wind turbines will no longer operate. So we had no wind available, we had very little solar available, and we relied very heavily on our coal and natural gas plants during that period of time. And that's really what kept the lights on for us at that time. So it's critical for system reliability, especially through a very long transition period that we're going to be experiencing.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. How would biomass as another fuel that is not, is controllable by human activity versus wind or sunlight, how would that play in as a possible part of the portfolio using forest products or ag trimmings or things like that? How would you look at that as a baseline?
Well, biomass is part of all of the above strategy. As I mentioned earlier, SIPCO has landfill gas, which is very similar to what you're doing with biomass fuels. I think the biomass fuels can be a productive part of the portfolio. It's reducing the slag and fuels that are probably eventually turning into methane, and can be used to put on the system and actually reduce greenhouse gases.
Or turned into the next forest fire field too. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. One more thought is, talk to me about the difficulty of exchanging 1 megawatt of base load for a megawatt of renewable power. What are the challenges there of basically converting a base load 24/7 power to one that's considered part of the renewable?
Yeah, well, the real issue is we don't get 1 for 1. So if it's a wind farm, you're lucky to get 20% of that counted as capacity. So if you have a 100 megawatt wind farm, you might get a capacity credit of maybe 20 megawatts, and it isn't necessarily reliable. So that runs into an issue. We have a little more opportunity with solar because it is available during the day during our peak loads. But when those aren't available, it doesn't get counted. So we have to have a certain amount of base load or total capacity available to the utility, whether the renewables are available or not. And there is no reliable alternative to these other backups right now of fossil fuel. It's just the way the world is today, and new technology may change that in 10 or 20 years, but that's where we are today.
All right, thank you for those answers. Mr. McKenna, Nacero's mission is to prove that cleaner doesn't have to cost more, I think was what was said earlier. So really, how's that looking when you have consumers facing the really high at the pump prices? What are the barriers to expanding this marketplace in order to have it maybe indeed not cost more? How's that going?
Thank you, Congressman. So in short, when we say clean doesn't have to cost more, really what that means is to be able to take low-cost, low-carbon feedstocks and convert those into everyday fuels. The ability for us to do that while integrating
what kind of stocks would that be? What are those stocks?
Excuse me?
What are
those
feedstocks?
Are natural gas, captured flare gas, renewable natural gas. It's a widely available 100% domestic feedstocks that we would be converting into drop-in fuels. The thing that's unique about Nacero is that we can do it at scale, which is really what drives down the cost of production for us. As we see it, the way that you actually modulate and manage price at the pump is by adding new sources of supply, diverse sources of supply into the system. And we think that with our business, we'll be able to hopefully help moderate longer term some of the reliance on foreign crude oil and traditional refining to improve the prospects for consumers.
Good answer. I better yield back. Thank you for that, Mr. McKenna.
Thank you very much. And now the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Lawson, is recognized now for 5 minutes. Mr. Lawson, you may be on mute. Is he? Let's go. We'll come back to Mr. Lawson. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Baird, is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Baird?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here.
Good to have you here. Thank you.
I appreciate it. I appreciate the hearing, and I appreciate putting this together. I've had other commitments here during the session, so I didn't get to hear everything. So please correct me if it's already been covered. But Mr. Chair, the one I have is I asked the undersecretary that was on earlier in the program with regard to livestock producers and leverage the methane digesters, and we have some of those in my district back in Indiana. I've been interested in that kind of production or process for a long time. So producers have an opportunity to use that kind of technology, but it's often almost prohibitive because of the cost trying to get in it. So I guess I'm just asking you your perspective about the use of methane gas in the livestock industry to generate methane fuel.
Well, natural gas is a form of methane gas. I think it's a great fuel that can be used and depends on where, I guess, the source comes from, depending on its carbon impact. But we use natural gas very much as a reliability fuel and to be used when the other lower cost renewables are not available. So I think it's absolutely critical, and the more we have available, the more it can be utilized, the more that can be captured and used, burned, and used for power, the better.
Well, thank you. And I assume that you, by saying you're natural gas, if we can do it through the use of livestock and food waste and all that sort of thing, you really don't care because it's natural gas anyway, and that has the same properties as that comes out of the ground. So, Mr. McKenna, I have changing gears here a little. You seem to be doing a lot of, your company seems to be doing a lot of valuable work in low carbon fuel, and that is a turnkey in its ability to reduce the carbon footprint. And every effort seems to be very similar to the improvements that biofuels offer. So how does your company perceive the lack of parity in government programs and incentives used with the electric vehicle industry compared to that of the turnkey low carbon liquid fuels?
Thank you, Congressman. Great question. So when we're looking at the opportunity ahead of us, one of the things that we see is with our business is the ability to utilize a huge amount of existing infrastructure, pipelines, storage terminals, pumps, and then existing vehicles to be able to help drive the energy transition and accelerate low carbon solutions. I think when we're looking at the electric vehicle sector, we really see the investments that are being made in battery technology and charging and actual vehicle manufacture themselves is purely complementary to what we're looking to do. One of the unique aspects of our business, which we really think is a total game changer here for the country, is the ability to offer our products to consumers at really cost competitive prices. So whereby certain consumers have the income or the faculty to go move into electric today, Many folks across the country don't. What we've found is that many folks across the country, however, do want to do something better for the planet. So what we're looking to do is offer these low-carbon solutions to everyday drivers at cost-competitive prices. Scale is one piece that helps drive that. We don't have to invest in new pumps or new pipelines. The other piece of this is the ability to leverage and utilize existing vehicles on the road today.
Well, thank you very much, and I see I'm down to about 45 seconds, so I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. And now we'll reach back for Mr. Lawson of Florida. You're recognized now for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I welcome all the members to the committee. And in Florida, we have about 130 active dairy farms, ranking us number 1 in the whole Southeast in dairy products. As you know, Mr. McKinnon, digesters are quite expensive to install and implement on a dairy farm. Do you envision small regional collaborations, cooperative dairies to afford and achieve economy of scales to produce biogas? Does your company have any effort underway to assist dairy farmers so that you can have access to biogas?
Thank you, Congressman. It's a great question. So what we really see the big gap in the market right now is for a new business or a new sector to come in to create substantial new demand so that new demand can drive and enable the construction of new anaerobic digester projects. A couple of the things that we think the government can do to help support this effort is to be able to offer support during the construction phase. So simplifying and lowering the barrier for entry for folks that are looking to invest and build and operate these anaerobic digesters, have access to capital. The second piece that we really support as a business is longer-term incentives once these facilities come into operation that are all performance-based. Many of the programs that are offered by USDA and also other agencies support construction, but also long-term operations. Ultimately, at the end of the day, what you need is a business like ours, which is the ultimate buyer of renewable natural gas. So all three of those things really have to work in concert for growth, substantial growth to really happen.
Thank you very much. Mr. Olson, in your testimony, you mentioned the importance of simplifying the rural energy for American program application process to include pre-approach technology. Could you explain in more detail what current technologies programs could be pre-approved at this time?
That'd be great. Thank you for that good question. The pre-approval process would allow the USDA to test and vet technologies before they're included in REAP under a pre-approved list. The kind of technologies that would be involved would be the smaller scale technologies, which can be used by smaller farmers as well, small operations. And those would include a range of energy efficiency technologies. And pretty much any time we use energy, if you look around in the room you're in, there's a way to use that energy more efficiently, to cut the energy waste that's built into the products. And that's, frankly, it's been built into a lot of the buildings and the infrastructure that we have today. And so we envision that this could be put together in a package by the USDA that would be available. So, we've got a problem right now with small farms struggling and many failing these days in the country. But they would be able to cut their costs with energy efficiency and then also to use renewable energy as well. So the poultry growers across the South have used REAP for these purposes, and it's allowed them, one of the rare opportunities they have as contract growers to increase their profit margins.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lawson. And now I'd like to recognize our distinguished, hardworking Ranking Member, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. You forgot to mention good looking.
Good looking all the way.
No, Chairman, I appreciate you, and I really appreciate all of our witnesses on this important panel, this important hearing where we look at energy. You know, energy is a significant cost, right? I look at energy as a cost and an opportunity for American farmers. And so I really appreciate the perspective that you all bring. I want to kind of touch on the importance of drop-in fuels. And Mr. McKenna, your company is producing drop-in renewable fuels. What does this mean for the consumers of the fuels that you're producing?
Thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. So what this means is that at the end of the day, you'll be able to drive your 10-year-old pickup down the road and make a consumer-based choice of whether to purchase a lower carbon version of gasoline or the traditional old school style of gasoline. What we think is a really important piece of unlocking not only American energy independence, but really the horsepower of the American consumer is to be able to offer these products at cost competitive prices so that anyone, regardless of their income level or how much money they have in their bank account, can participate in the clean energy transition. When we say drop-in, the reason why that is really, really important is it does not matter what type of vehicle you own, how old it is. It's now flipping it technically from a carbon liability into a carbon asset. And so we think that is the ticket to broadening participation across the clean energy transition, regardless of who you are.
Well, it sounds like one big advantage for you and consumers, and quite frankly, the federal government, is that the existing system of fuel distribution from pipelines to service stations can continue to be utilized with low carbon and carbon neutral fuels that you'll be producing. What is the impact of not having to rebuild energy distribution systems from the top down, or for everyone to have to buy a new car to facilitate lowering emissions?
Well, the benefit is that you can really use $5 to $6 trillion worth of investment that Americans have made over the years in vehicles and the underlying infrastructure to distribute fuels to everyday drivers. I think when we're thinking about what that means to the farming community specifically, that means that capturing renewable natural gas from agricultural facilities and landfills and food waste processing can tap into that multiple trillions of dollars worth of sunk investment. What we really see is at Nacero as being one of the lenses through which the farming community can tap into, frankly, the $400+ billion a year liquid fuels industry. And so, to be able to pair those two is what we think really is going to drive new demand for renewable natural gas. So we think it's a very system-connected solution.
Very good. Well, Dr. Gruber, you're working on similar technology, I believe. Anything to add?
Yeah, I agree with the comments that Jay had about the drop-ins and the benefit of the infrastructure and all the rest. And we're all about making the drop-ins. That is the focus. And when you make them, they really do need to be cost competitive, and that's at the marketplace. And that is the game afoot. And the thing that people don't realize, these technologies exist already. We just got to go deploy them. So when you think about it like this, cash cost of production, it's on par with petrochemical stuff already. We have to pay for new capital to go build new capacity to build plants. That's the issue. And so now there's green value in the marketplace because of the variety of programs or from customers' perspectives, and that helps then to make it cost competitive, and we can go build things.
Well, thank you. Mr. McKenna, part of your plan is to produce green gasoline relying on capturing methane from the anaerobic digesters. Can you talk, with a little bit of time left here, more about the impact that expanding the deployment and use of digesters will have in rural communities, and specifically, any thoughts on how do we do this? Looking at Pennsylvania, average dairy size herd must be maybe 85 cows now. I'm not sure where it is at today. It's It's compared to California, where you're measuring in thousands of tens of thousands. There's an economy of scale. How does that work?
Well, you hit the nail on the head, Ranking Member. It comes down to economy of scale and overall footprint. I mean, one of the most important things about really completely changing the game on how much of this effectively free resources is captured comes down to partnerships with local natural gas distribution companies, companies like ours that are actually purchasing that captured renewable natural gas, but doing so in a manner that can be, albeit a little bit blunt. So thinking about this on a much more mass scale approach to facilitate a reduction in cost of capital, cost of borrowing. USDA programs help facilitate much of this. But being able to be programmatic about how these anaerobic digesters are rolled out. I think one of the challenges right now that we hear when we talk to developers and farmers across our business is installing and developing each of these facilities is not only costly, but it's also very manual, because each contract has to be structured and there's a lot of different moving pieces. So if there's ways that broad-based, performance-based programs that the federal government can use to be able to facilitate a much more blunt approach to growing the industry, we think over the long haul, that's going to make it much easier for farmers to participate in some of these programs and, frankly, at the end of the day, earn more income off of these projects. So it's not just third-party developers that are taking the lion's share of the profitability.
So obviously, and I've visited a lot of these digesters. And actually in different parts of the country, even in my role as ranking member in my rural American agriculture visits. And they work really well where you have larger farms. You have, you've got the herd size to be able to provide that feedstock. It's a wonderful technology, actually. But it seems to me this also works if you have a central digester someplace, whether it's with a company providing it or a cooperative or in whatever fashion, and that digester serves perhaps, well, the size of our farms in Pennsylvania could be 30 or 40 farms to provide that daily feedstock. And what a blessing that is when the storage of that manure on the farm has always been a liability to either a small or a large degree, and now it becomes an asset. Whoever thought we'd see a revenue stream off the manure, which is great for American farmers, but it's great for energy production as well. And so it's exciting, and this energy title is a really important part of our of the Farm Bill. I do want to, just from the bigger picture, I would just ask President Biden and his administration. We are so desperately in need of affordable diesel fuel. We need propane. We desperately need fertilizer right now. With a stroke of a pen, he could increase and open up more of our domestic American production today, and do it in the name of an emergency, because we're in a crisis. It's not COVID, but it's a food security crisis because of inflation. Inflation has sort of been self-imposed by the administration with some of the actions, but it's been compounded by Vladimir Putin. And we have people around the world by this fall that are probably going to be will certainly be experiencing hunger, starvation, and death by famine. And if we can provide the tools that American farmers need, we can increase our yield. And I like to think of it this way: for every bushel an American farmer can provide above and beyond what they normally do, that may be a life saved somewhere else in the world. So with that, Chairman, I yield back.
Well, thank you. And I want all the members to know votes are coming up, but if there are others that want to bring in additional questions while we have the panel here, this is an important panel. And Ranking Member, I want to make sure that we have time for your remarks, closing remarks, before you have to go to the floor, and then we have to adjourn. This has been very profound. One of the real issues we certainly have to deal with here is our rural communities. every time there's been a real serious movement of infrastructure in the history of our nation, the rural communities have been left behind. When we had electricity, our urban, see, I grew up, I was born in the country on a farm over in Aner, South Carolina. If anybody knows about South Carolina, you know that's rural. And that convenience store, that one little store, there were no grocery stores. The furthest we had to go was to Conway or Myrtle Beach to try to get a grocery store. The point I'm making is that we do not and must not make that same mistake that we made with water. No running water until a while, no plumbing. And then we come with no electricity. We had to do candlelight. It's always left behind. And I'm very worried about this when it comes to this revolution in electric vehicles. And that's why I had a hearing on this to open this up. And it's a good thing I did, because here you got electric vehicles. Where are they going to get fuel? The culture of our country here is the convenience store. That's the gas station. And even on the byways, you have a culture of where to go and how to get your vehicle moving. And so when we had this hearing, I thought everything would go well, but I found out that the convenience stores don't make the electricity, it's the power companies. And so the electric power companies, I had my good friends from Southern Company, Georgia Power here. And now there's a conflict as to where these folks are going to get the electricity, the electrical charging stations, when the electric companies now are objecting. They want their own facility. They don't want to cooperate with the convenience stores. It's things like this that we're going to have to deal with. The other one, and I'd love for your comments on that, because here we are dealing with this at a time where we're fashioning this new farm bill that will go into place in the last 5 years. 5 years. So what we put into place, and we're at this revolutionary period where we're supposed to be moving with electric vehicles, where nobody's given thought to the infrastructure that needs to go in there. No one is giving thought to what are we going to do with the power companies who don't want to have this in Congress do. What kind of legislation do we place to deal with? And then we go to the whole climate change issue, and there are two ways of which we get in this carbon sequestration. You have some companies that want to bring the farmers in and compensate them on the amount of carbon they sequester, when they don't even have the technology in the rural areas connected to the internet because of a lack of rural broadband to compensate that. And one company, Bayer, does the one thing that seems to be successful, and they do it with cover crops and no-till farming and compensate the farmers on that. So what I'm saying is, before we end this, can you all give us some instructions, some of the things we need to do that we can incorporate in this farm bill to make sure that these rural communities who produce our food, our fiber, a shelter from the forestry, are connected properly? And even right now, we push so hard to get internet, and finally we got the money with a great bipartisan bill, but the money's sitting over there with the FCC, and then you got conflicts within the local governments down there that they don't want to handle this themselves and don't want the USDA, which is in the best position, because if it wasn't for the USDA, we wouldn't have been able to get the electricity down to them. So I don't want to end this, but you all are at the apex of helping us to be able to design and deal with these issues, because we need to address them in a way that we secure our rural communities to be connected. It's one thing to say we're going to have these electric cars. Where are they going to get them? We in the urban areas, we don't have to worry about that, just like we didn't have to worry about the electricity or running water. So I just wanted to get that out. We're going to have to deal with it. What can you share with us in these next few moments? And as I said, if there are any other members that want to chime in here, we got a few minutes before we go to vote that could help us with these challenges. Yes, Mr. Gruber.
Well, you're on much of the right track. Increased investment in the rural infrastructure for energy is crucially important. We just built an RNG plant. We had 20,000 cows, and you know what? We had to finance it ourselves, and because it just simply would have taken too long and too complicated to use any other money. We'd love to work with more dairies and see we think all manure should be turned into RNG. That's what should happen. We also need electricity, the work that you all are doing with all the wind farms you're telling me about and all the rest. It is we're going to generate renewable energy in the center part of the country, in the rural economy. We're not going to generate renewable electricity in cities. It's going to be out in the other places. So how do we get it from one place to another? How? How will that happen really? We all can make renewable resource-based fuels, hydrocarbons, diesel fuel. Earlier, the conversation was about what do we do about diesel fuel for tractors. We can solve that problem, no problem. It's not that, it'd be cost-effective as well. That's straightforward, but we need the rest of the infrastructure developed to pull that off. We see that there is a very important thing that has to be done around the carbon in the soil. Why doesn't every farmer who wants to do no-till have access to no-till equipment? Because that is the barrier. Where do they get the money? I had this poor guy named Jordan. We had him do the farming on some of our land near one of our plants, and Jordan said, I asked him, well, how come you're not doing low-till? He's got beautiful corn, but well, I inherited the farm from my father, and I can't afford the equipment. Well, I want to help Jordan. I think we should be helping people because that matters for capturing carbon in the soil. It allows them to make more money on their fields. So you're on the right track. You got to count carbon too, and document, and the USDA should be publishing data that's real fundamental around the benefits of agriculture, because it's not well understood across the world, and that creates complications in the policy.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are some very important thoughts and questions. A couple thoughts for you. You mentioned that the monopoly utilities insist that any power going through a charger's got to come from them. And, we wound up with monopoly utilities in this country because historically, the bigger they got, the cheaper the cost was, and they were natural monopolies. Well, a lot of that's changed now, and we really need to think twice before we extend those monopolies into new areas of our economy, into new energy systems. We see also in Wisconsin an attempt by the monopoly utilities to monopolize EV charging as well. And there they say that you can't even put up your own panels, solar panels or wind turbines or what have you, and use that for the EV charging. So they're really trying to control energy policy through exerting that monopoly. And we need to challenge that monopoly, and I hope our representatives in Congress will do that. Yeah. Certainly the financing for the charging systems is very important, and there are many programs in place through USDA which could be adopted for that. It might be REAP, it might be a part of the RUS or something similar to that. But that would help more people get into the market. And throughout this hearing, I've been thinking about the history of the cooperatives and with broadband and You know, we needed cooperatives in the first place because the monopoly utilities did not want to extend lines into the country where there was a low number of customers per mile of line, distribution line. And so that's why, you know, to raise the standard of living, we needed to create the Rural Electrification Administration, which was done. Also, another point raised earlier was what are some of the benefits to rural communities from electric vehicles? And just one that leaps to my mind is that it costs a lot less to fuel and operate an electric vehicle than an internal combustion engine. And so the people who would be able to take advantage of electric vehicles then would see lower costs for operation and so forth. And may I address a point that came up earlier this morning?
Yes, please.
Thank you. A couple of representatives mentioned that their constituents are encountering problems with non-rural agricultural producers not being able to qualify for REAP. And back in 2009, that issue was resolved. That was a problem back then, but Secretary Vilsack, and I've got a letter from him I'd be happy to share, but Secretary Vilsack took action to make sure that all agricultural producers, regardless of location, qualify for REAP. So we need to make sure that the word gets out to all the rural development offices across the country, and that any agricultural producer qualifies. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think, Mr. McKenna, you had.
I think one of the things, Chairman, that you hit on was an interesting challenge within, I'll say, the broader clean economy, which is being able to connect the activity in farm communities around renewable natural gas capture with improving the resilience of those communities over the long haul with the fuels generated from the capture activity themselves. So rather than taking renewable natural gas and moving it all across the country that exposes those farming communities to higher energy prices, programs that may be of interest could be designed to be able to say for those communities that are undergoing that anaerobic digester activity, for companies that are bringing those fuels back to those communities in a very circular local economy fashion, things like that are performance-based incentives to help businesses and cooperatives and other folks do those low-carbon, clean economy activities, but also not just for the benefit of the global planet, but for those local communities by increasing fuel production and sales locally. That helps create the right level of self-sufficiency and resilience, I think, that is going to help those communities over the long term. So it's not just about capturing the value of those low-carbon products. It's just making sure that those products end up being sold in the gas stations down the road from the farm or the cooperative in the communities where the underlying activity is taking place. It's a little bit of a novelty.
Yeah, absolutely. And was there anyone? Yeah. Dr. Sherry?
Chairman Scott, you made some really good points about rural Iowa, or rural America. I think in terms of rural Iowa, but it's really about rural America. Yeah. And rural America was left behind with the energy transition 100 years ago, where we were using kerosene lamps on the farms, where we did not have electricity until the rural co-ops came along.
And the National Rural Electric Act, which put USDA in charge of that.
REA changed it all for rural America. Yeah. We're seeing the same thing, opportunities with broadband today and the ability to invest. And there is a rural-urban divide yet on broadband access, and it affects the economic development of every single small community and farm in the U.S. When they don't have that access. I'd also tell you, you have the opportunity right in front of you today with direct pay tax credits to make a huge difference for rural America on renewables. I can tell you SIPCO has kept our prices very low by adding renewables, by having on a larger scale access to those credits and using economies of scale for our solar farms. Our solar costs about a fraction of what it costs to put on rooftop solar and other ones. and implement it at a very, very low cost, and our members have had low and declining prices as a result of that. So that's one thing we can do there.
And you called it direct payment credits?
It's the direct pay credit. There's a I believe it's under HR 2244. No, I'm sorry, that's the other one. But yeah, there's direct pay tax credits where today co-ops cannot take advantage of those. The only way we can do it is through a third party. So the investor-owned utilities, the urban areas have a distinct advantage on that over the rural co-ops today.
Yeah,
What a
and I
difference
think
that would make.
Yeah, one of the first challenges is how do we deal with these power companies who control the electricity with foregoing being able to partner with the convenience stores, which provide not just the gas, but the groceries for our rural areas. Our rural areas don't have these big supermarkets that we have in the urban areas. I mean, just that simple thing.
We work with, Chairman, we work with our small stores to have charging stations there. I also can tell you 90+% of the charging in rural America for electric vehicles is done at home or on the farm. So enabling that, because they're not going to be running out to a store to charge, they're going to be doing it where they park their vehicle 99% of the time, which is
So
at the farm.
how do they do that on the farm? I mean, they can put a charging station, but how do they hook up with the power company who provides the juice?
It's very simple. The electric cooperative already has power to the farm. It's simply adding a level 1 or level 2 charger to the farm. And all they do is whenever they are on the farm is anytime they can, have it plugged in. The utility then is directly connected to the vehicle, and it can either be charged or it can be discharged to help out the cooperative too. That's how this market is going to evolve.
Well, tell me, let's look at the Southern Company. The Southern Company is the largest power source covering most of where we produce our food in the southeastern United States. Alabama, Florida, Georgia, it's all connected there, even going into Louisiana. And so they have said to me in our hearing that they don't want this relationship. They want to be in control of all the charging stations. So what must we do here in Congress? I mean, we can hush these out. We got time to do it, but you see the unique challenges that we have. Ranking Member, I know you have to say something. They're about to call votes, right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Chairman, well, first of all, thank you for this hearing. Thank you to all the witnesses for your testimony once again. I just wanted to follow up with, I agree with you, no-till, Dr. Ruby, you were talking about no-till and how important it is to have access to that new technology. Two things. Number one, we need the bill that this committee passed unanimously on rural broadband to be on the House floor, because it is a bill that addressed the digital divide. And that connectivity is such an important part of precision agriculture, which is energy-efficient agriculture. Ties right back into what we're talking here. I also wanted to point out, if you're not familiar with it, check it out. Dr. Scheer, it's actually one of your members of Congress, Dr. Ashley Henson, or Congresswoman Ashley Henson.
Yeah.
Just made her a doctor, I guess. But Representative Henson has the PRECISE Act. That's a part of a number of pieces of legislation that are conservative climate solutions, and it supports access to that precision agriculture equipment. Also point out the Sustains Act, which helps to generate more resources for programs like that. It creates a public-private partnership. That's a bill that I'm leading, but it's a broadly supported bill looking forward to getting both of those before the committee here, because I think it speaks to what we do. And finally, just, when it comes to the energy sector, I want to celebrate what agriculture does for a healthier environment and a healthier economy in terms of, and that is a marriage. It hasn't always been a kind of a rocky marriage between the ethanol industry and the petroleum industry. And I've got both. I got Pennsylvania's only ethanol plant, but I also had the very commercial oil well drilled anywhere in the world in 1859. And that's a marriage that needs a little marriage counseling. Those two come together, because the solution to climate is not electric vehicles. We heard that in the hearing that the chairman put together, and electric vehicles are actually an attack on rural America. What it would do if they would actually take off and we get anywhere close to the number of electric vehicles that President Biden would like to see, it would wreck the rural economy. When you look at the ethanol industry and the oil industry, actually, that's all rural America. Whereas what we're doing, but I'm very proud of what those two branches of the energy family tree are doing together to reduce emissions today. They've made for a healthier environment. It's a big part of why the American farmer, rancher, and forester are the number one champions for a cleaner environment, for sequestering, reducing emissions of greenhouse gases and sequestering greenhouse gases. And it's also, they're the that those two branches of the energy family are why really contribute to a very healthy rural economy. And without a healthy rural economy, every American's going to wake up in the cold, dark, and hungry. So thank you for this hearing, Chairman. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Ranking Member, and thank our distinguished panel. You guys have really opened us up with some valuable information. We want to stay in contact with you because, as you see, we've got to address these unique challenges dealing with energy and climate change, and the impact that these two intersect with our most important industry, which is food. You can do without a lot of things, but you cannot do without food. And where is that food produced? In the rural areas. And we've got to do better with making sure we bring rural America along with us as we're moving with all these new technological changes. And so thank you all very much. We appreciate it, and it's been very helpful. And I'm sure we'll be calling on you a little bit more as we get into fine-tuning our Farm Bill, because we've got to, I think this is the most dynamic area of it. The future of our food security is at stake. And we have the capacity with drawing up this 5-year Farm Bill to put the kind of resources, the kind of money in to make sure rural America is dealt with at the front point of the spear going forward. So we thank you very much, and I want to thank our staff with Ann Simmons and Ashley Smith and all the fine ladies, and of course my chief of staff. Thank you all very much, and God bless you. This, under the rules, I got to say this, under the rules of the committee, the record of today's hearing will remain open for 10 calendar days to receive additional material and supplementary written responses from the witnesses to any questions posed by a member. This hearing of the Committee on Agriculture is now adjourned. Thank you all.